who's dealing with a particular group of farmers, but for all the resources that we could put into government, we would fail if we double them. What is important is that we weaponise land managers and people who really know about this on the ground. And that is why clusters of farmers working together, for example, in environmental farming groups, is the way forward to deliver an increase in abundance of species, a protection of nature, which is not just an environmental matter, it's not just a societal one, it is an economic one as well, as the Dasgupta report proved.
How is the programme going to provide shore power in our ports and harbours so that visiting ships do not have to run their diesel generators?
A very good question from the noble Lord, and I should always come armed with a list of marine shipping questions, which I haven't, but I will make sure that he gets an answer to that in due course.
My Lords, to implement effective policies, you need reliable and accurate data. But for water, if an incident is reported but not inspected or inspected too late, it becomes a Category 3 or 4. The Environment Agency have reduced their responses to those categories, saying, you get the environment you pay for. With this in mind, does the Noble Lord the Minister have confidence that the official water pollution figures are accurate? And if he has doubts, what are the government going to ensure getting better monitoring?
We came into government, we knew about 10% of the sewage outflows from water companies into rivers. We now know 100%. Because we required them to do that. Technology is our friend here. You're able to have telemetry, which can now do the work of hundreds of people in real time, producing a message to a phone which will require an instant response. And so I think we are much better equipped to deal with it. Is it perfect? No.
My Lords, I would like to congratulate the government and my noble friend, who I know is passionate on protecting the environment and the need to do so. And I support his claim that this is the most environmentally friendly government we have had. Before 2010, no government took this matter particularly seriously. However, could I ask him also to take on board some of the issues that have been noted about resourcing, and particularly the Environment Agency, which isn't apparently attending all the sewage outflows. So it could well be that some significant amounts are happening without us knowing. And could he take that issue of resourcing back to the department?
I thank my noble friend. And in my absolute belief in what we've achieved over the last decade and a bit, I'm absolutely not complacent. None of us are. And the OEP's report is really important. We set up the OEP to hold this government and future governments to account on this. And on the particular issue she raises, I would say that we have increased the number of Environment Agency officers who should and must respond to all such reports. And on water quality as a whole, we've put in place through our plan for water the most comprehensive list of measures possible to make sure that not only water companies but farmers, homeowners and others who are responsible for the quality of the water in our rivers are held to account when they get it wrong.
Fourth oral question, Baroness Goyer.
My Lords, I beg leave to ask the question standing in my name on the order paper and draw attention to my interest in the register.
My Lords, domestic homicide is a horrific crime that disproportionately impacts women. The Home Office Homicide Index shows that 22% of the 249 female victims recorded between March 2020 to 22 were from minority ethnic groups. These groups are overrepresented in domestic homicide data when compared to the 2021 consensus. Preventing domestic homicide is a key government priority, and we have set out commitments to reduce it in the Tackling Domestic Abuse Plan.
My Lords, the Home Office funded a project in 2020 based in the Vulnerability Knowledge and Practice Programme, which confirmed that there is an overrepresentation of minority ethnic women in domestic homicide rates. The rates may well be higher because the police do not always record ethnicity data accurately. What has the follow-up been on that particular project? And would my noble Lord the Minister also agree to holding a public consultation or an inquiry to fully uncover the contributing factors to safeguard Black, Asian and minority ethnic women and girls? And would he be willing to meet with me to discuss that further?
Well, my lords, as regards the specific programme, I'm short on the detail. But in March 2022, we published the Cross-Government Tackling Domestic Abuse Plan, which invests over £230 million of funding into tackling this particular crime between the years 2022 and 2025. This includes over £140 million for supporting victims and £81 million for tackling perpetrators. As regards the domestic homicide review, there is work underway, actually, in order to review and improve and update the statutory guidance on that review. If the consultation on that is about to open, so if any peers are interested and would like to get involved in the consultation, please let me know and I will be happy to supply the details.
My Lord, studies have shown that ethnic minority survivors of domestic abuse are much less likely to have previously been known to the police than white victims, often because of a wish to protect their partner from police rather than health interventions because of institutional racism. So what is the government doing to ensure, firstly, that all police are trained properly not to move to police intervention, but also to be able to signpost mental health support for all victims of domestic abuse?
My Lords, the Noble Baroness asked a good question because we understand the importance of specialist services in providing tailored support that victims and survivors of domestic abuse need. So the Home Office is funding over £2 million at the moment to the London Community Foundation, Peterborough Women's Aid, Diversity Matters North West and Sahara in Preston for 2023-24 and 2024-25 financial years through the Vaughan Specialist and Support Services Fund. This forms part of a programme called By and For, which is the government's commitment to provide these specialist services that are led, designed and delivered by and for the users and the communities that they aim to serve.
My Lords, would my noble friend agree with me that part of the issues are the women from minority communities, probably the potentially the South Asian community, is language, and that before it even gets to the stage where we hope it doesn't get to is homicide, is to actually be able to get those women to be able to report because of language barriers they can't. And so would my noble friend the Minister look at ways with working with other departments to ensure that we can get English into communities, whether it's through funding, through community groups, but the insistence should be that English has to be part of the programme. The second thing is, would my noble friend the Minister also look at how we do training within the Home Office for us to be able to roll it out, to be able to recognise the start of need of intervention rather than wait for it to become a big problem?
Well, I think my noble friend raised some very good points, and it links into the part of the question that Noble Baroness Brinton asked me, which I didn't answer, which is about the police response to tackling domestic abuse. So we have provided funding to support the rollout of the domestic abuse matters training to police forces, which have yet to deliver it or do not have their own specific domestic abuse training, in order to improve and ensure consistency in the police response to domestic abuse. And I would imagine, although I will check, that that includes the language barriers that my noble friend identifies. That programme has been completed by 34 police forces to date. There's considerable work also going on building up the evidence base and indeed starting a library which will help, I think, police forces investigate these crimes.
My Lords, the opening words of the Home Office's report referred to by the Noble Baroness in her opening remarks say, the onus is too often placed on survivors from minoritised ethnic groups to navigate a system that has not been designed to take account of their needs, rather than addressing structural barriers that prevent their access to support. And I suspect that not much has changed since that report was written and published in 2022. Because, of course, by the time a woman becomes a victim of domestic homicide, the truth is that she may have been repeatedly failed by the system. And I'd like to ask the Noble Lord the Minister how the Casey report into the Met Police is feeding into the government's programme and what targets the government has to reduce domestic abuse and violence against women and girls, because, of course, the Labour Party does have a target for if and when we are in government.
Well, my Lords, I think I've already gone through a number of the programmes that have been put in place, many of which have only started in 2022. I don't think it's fair to characterise the government as not taking this as a priority. As the Noble Baroness will be aware, we made this a strategic policing priority alongside terrorism and others only last year. I think it's also worth at this point, somebody I've referenced many times from the dispatch box, Maggie Blythe, who's the VORG lead at the PCC, has recently been appointed as the new Deputy CEO at the College of Policing, which I think is a very positive step forward from an enforcement perspective. And I would also like to commend Louisa Rolfe, who's the Domestic Abuse Lead at the PCC. I think we're doing a great deal. There is a consultation underway on the domestic homicide statutory guidance. Suggest the Noble Lady participates.
My Lords, after contacting the police to report domestic violence crimes, migrant women in the UK have often been reported to immigration enforcement. For this reason, these women often stay silent for longer. Can the Noble Lord, the Minister, say what the government is doing to ensure that Black, Asian and minority ethnic women who are victims of domestic violence can report abuse without fear of detention or deportation?
Well, the Right Reverend Prelate will be aware that if they do, they are not subject to immigration action, a subject that has been talked about a number of times from the dispatch box.
The Centre for Women's... I declare an interest as the Chair of the Equality and Human Rights Commission. The Noble Lord will know that the Istanbul Convention, which is the foundation for much of our statutory work in this area, Article 12.5 of that convention refers specifically to honour-based killings and violence. The Noble Lord has indicated that they're about to open a consultation in this area. Could he tell the House whether the Section 12.5 requirement, which calls for the government to have improved statutory definitions of honour-based violence, will be part of that consultation?
I'll answer the last part of the Noble Lady's question, but I can say actually that we hosted in the Home Office last week Grevio, which is the organisation looking at our compliance with Istanbul. I think we had a very positive meeting, and it was a privilege to be able to host them in the office and go through much of the work that we have already done. I'll try and come back on the specific question asked by the Noble Lady in writing.
The Centre for Women's Justice report, which the Noble Lord the Minister has probably seen, highlights a number of issues, barriers faced by women, particularly women from black and minority ethnic communities, barriers they face in reporting domestic violence and abuse. And one of them is they face, and there have been a number of high-profile cases of this, is criminalisation of victims through counter-allegations. And because they lack the ability and they're sort of to be able to navigate the service and the relevant support, often leads to very devastating consequences. Another issue is a fear of losing their children for when social services get involved. So he mentioned earlier about the police and training, but also the specialist services and access to those services. And the report does say that cuts to these services has cost lives. So I'd like to ask the Minister to comment on those particular issues and how best women can be supported to make sure that we, bring down the level of fatalities in this cohort of women.
Again, I think the Noble Lady makes a very good point. Obviously, I can't comment on the individual cases or indeed on the operational aspects of this. The criminal justice system will have to look at all of those individual matters and judge them appropriately. What I can do is repeat what I said about police training, which has now been rolled out to 34 forces. Obviously, there is more to do. I think the police force are being very well led in this area, as I've just highlighted. But I would also say that the by and for programme, to which I referred earlier, support services by and for those specifically affected, makes perfect sense. It should be as local as possible.
My Lords, that concludes oral questions for today. Private notice question on measles cases. Baroness Merrin.
My Lords, I beg leave to ask a question of which I have given private notice. The question is as follows. To ask His Majesty's Government what assessment they have made of the declaration of the national health incident by the UK Health Security Agency over a surge in measles cases across the country.
My Lords, the UK Health Security Agency declared a national standard incident on the 8th of January 2024. The government and health system is taking control of the disease's spread. Our aim is to protect as many individuals as possible through convenient vaccination targeting our offer of low uptake communities, to contain outbreaks by working with local partners to effectively contact, trace and reduce risk to the most vulnerable, and promote vaccination through engagement and communication with GPs, teachers and trusted community leaders.
My Lords, this is a grave yet preventable situation, especially as 80 countries across the world are measles free, whilst the UK has lost its status. I'm sure that the Minister recognises that the government should have read the warning signs and acted sooner to tackle vaccine hesitancy and low take-up. So how will lessons be learned from the pandemic and be used to focus on the community's children and young people at greatest risk? And will a task force be established to coordinate relevant partners and oversee a rapid improvement to get to the WHO's 95% target for take-up?
From 1st of January 2023 to 30th of November 2023, there were 209 laboratory confirmed measles cases in England. Over 3/4 of these cases are from West Midlands, predominantly in Birmingham and Coventry. In the West Midlands, an NHS Integrated Care Board System Partnership Group has been establishing a regional response. Extensive local communications and engagement has been undertaken in the West Midlands alongside the immediate response to support uptake of measles, mumps and rubella vaccine. In terms of national support, nationally the UK Health Security Agency has established an incident management team to oversee the public health response to the outbreak. And the noble lady is exactly right. So this country has a proud record on vaccination prior to COVID-19, but there has been a decline in recent years since the pandemic, and we need to do more to get back our status.
My Lords, there's a large group of adults in this country who have not been vaccinated against measles for a variety of reasons. Can the Noble Lord the Minister confirm that any adult who believes that they've not had the MMR vaccine can receive it free of charge on demand from their GP? And is he confident that there's enough capacity in the system both for the routine childhood immunisations and to make sure that when adults do the right thing and present themselves for vaccination, that they can receive one quickly?
The Noble Lord raises a very good point. About 25 years ago, regarding the MMR vaccination, there were rumours and misinformation on that. So there is a cohort of mid-20s younger generation people, and by all means what they should do is contact their GP today, ask for an appointment, and that can be confirmed. And I do believe that there is capacity for all those that wish to have vaccination at GPs.
My Lords, would my noble friend work with community groups that I'm working with to be able to get the message around the importance of the measles vaccination? Because working with groups, what I have realised is, particularly since COVID, there is a fear amongst particular groups of getting vaccinations for their families, and maybe we need to have a look at how we can do a communication plan that is accessible for everyone.
Well, I'm very happy to meet with the Noble Lady's community, and it is very concerning that certain segments of our community fear uncertainty or doubt about these very safe vaccines, and the government is working very hard with all sections of the community. But as I say, I'm very happy to meet with my noble friends, community leaders.
My Lords, one of the issues with the relatively low take-up in minority communities is either the message isn't getting through, sometimes for language reasons, or indeed there's a lack of trust. There's quite a lot of evidence to show, not least in other parts of the world, that the way to address that is to very clearly target the recognised community leaders so they can act as brokers. So what attempts are being made, particularly to work in our gurdwaras, in our temples, in our mosques, to get those leaders to commend these vaccinations to the people with whom they are in direct contact?
Prelate's exactly right to bring up this subject. And pop-up clinics is a very quick and easy way to serve hard-to-reach communities, but he's mentioned mosques there. The government is using a new initiative currently to do exactly that, to encourage parents to take their children for immunisation. He also mentions about distrust of the actual vaccine. For example, there are variations, different variations with different makeups. So for religious beliefs of using pig content, for example, there are alternatives to that. So there is no reason why anybody in this country shouldn't take this vaccine, but as the Right Reverend Prelate says, there are beliefs and we have to do more to encourage all sections of the community to take up this very safe vaccine.
For those of us who are involved,
comment on the fact that there is such an unequal distribution of health visitors in this country at the moment in relation to different communities that mean that often, particularly young mothers and fathers, do not have the attention and discussion with a health visitor about the importance of vaccination generally, and whether the government could look at this in detail to return to the kind of situation we had 5 years ago.
Well, it does vary across the country, and what is clear in certain communities, the more deprived sections of the community in the country, that those sort of communications aren't what they could and should be. But the message is to any young parents is if you have young children, contact the GP today and get your children vaccinated.
My Lords, for those who were involved in the vaccine reluctance programme 20 years ago or more, the major difficulty was that the simultaneous MMR vaccine had a stabiliser called thimerosal. And it was believed that thimerosal was the issue that led to adverse reactions in a number of young people. Could my noble friend confirm that thimerosal as a stabiliser has been removed? And I'm sure he can't answer it now, but could you write and put a copy of the letter in the library?
I'm grateful to my noble friend for that question. He's absolutely right. I cannot answer that question to his specific point on the makeup of the vaccine, and I will write to him and place a copy in the library. But in terms of this particular MMR virus, it is perfectly safe. That's not to say that some individuals, a tiny proportion of individuals, may have an allergic reaction or whatever to it, but this is a very, very safe vaccine and can save lives.
11 months ago, there was a gathering in the Carlton Club of those who believed that vaccines are part of some great global conspiracy. This is an international problem of people undermining trust in medical solutions such as the MMR vaccine or COVID vaccinations or whatever else it is. Is this something that the government has been complacent about, perhaps because it is so many of their right-wing friends who support this particular nonsense?
I accept the premise of the Noble Lord's question, but what I can say is that the government is committed to tackling vaccine misinformation. This includes ongoing monitoring of vaccine uptake and attitudes towards vaccine in the UK Health Security Agency. The Department of Health has always worked alongside the NHS, other government departments and social media companies to develop innovative and effective ways to tackle anti-vaccine messaging and limit misinformation. The government also works with UKHSA and the NHS to support parents and ensure patients have access to up-to-date and accurate information on all vaccines delivered by the NHS and to identify and rebut false information.
Ascertain why the vaccination rate in the West Midlands is so low in contrast to other parts of the country.
My Lords, well, actually the vaccination rate in the West Midlands is below the national average, but it's not as low as it is in London. In London it's 75%, and in the West Midlands it's 80%, so it's not just the case of the West Midlands. As regards to why, there are many reasons for that. Large concentrations of social deprivation, transient communities and misinformation brings that all to a head to a very low, unacceptable uptake in vaccination.
It takes fallen behind for childhood vaccines. It's actually the majority
of childhood vaccines recommended by the WHO. Last year, the House of Commons Health and Social Care Committee published a report with a large number of recommendations on how to catch up on these important vaccinations, including the deployment of retired clinicians and nurses to increase the capacity. Those recommendations have been largely ignored. Would my noble friend the Minister please advise me whether the Government is inclined to re-look at that important report and implement some of its helpful suggestions?
Well, I'm grateful to my noble friend and his helpful suggestions. I haven't got an answer to his question here and now, but I'll certainly feed that back to the department.
Well, it's extremely difficult to influence public opinion when people get this misinformation that's floating around and they latch onto it. One way of combating it is by using different techniques to get to the public. I wonder whether the security agency has engaged with PR companies, whether they have used IT, whether they're using TikTok and various other things which I know nothing about, but which do seem to influence public opinion.
The Noble Lord raises a very, very good point, such as modern communication tools, such as TikTok, where young people use that. But, my Lords, collective memory of this dreadful disease that our parents, my grandparents used to talk about, measles in the first half of the 20th century, how debilitating it can be, ruining lives, affecting babies' ability to see and hear. And so it's a success story. We almost eradicated this disease in 2015, but the collective memory means that it's perfectly safe in some people's eyes, misinformation that not to take this vaccination is a safe thing to do. It's not a safe thing to do, and we have to do more, including through social media, to make sure that young people realise to get their children vaccinated.
My Lords, NHS England is recommending that GP surgeries, all our staff who deal with patients with suspected and confirmed cases of measles, which given the symptoms means a large number of patients, that they all wear PPE. Is the Noble Lord the Minister confident that there's enough supplies of PPE, and the extra cost of that PPE, do the GPs have to bear that cost, or is there going to be support from the Centre to ensure that cost is covered?
Well, Noble Lady asks a very important question about PPE. I'm not aware that there's an issue in GP practices when meeting patients from within their community to discuss about vaccinating their children. I'm not aware of any issues.
On the issue of the communication that is made both with parents and with community leaders, is the government looking and talking about the fact that vaccination is not simply a personal decision and has consequences beyond it? One of the things that I think has gone away from public consciousness is the fact that a decision not to vaccinate a healthy child in one's own family can have catastrophic effects for immunocompromised children in other families and children who cannot medically be vaccinated. And I do think that it's very important, given the social impact of vaccination and immunisation programmes, that the government takes that message about the responsibilities regarding other children who are at school or nurseries with unvaccinated children in the communications with the public.
Well, I wholeheartedly agree with the Noble Lady, and she raises a very, very important point. It's a decision for parents to make about their child, but it's also about that child that goes to school and the children within their class, and also to wider society. And as I said just to a previous answer about that collective memory of what a terrible disease it is, for those young people outlined by the Noble Lady, it's really quite simple. I say again, for anybody with young children that's not been vaccinated or thinks they've not been vaccinated, contact your GP and arrange a vaccination visit.
My Lords, in Germany, children cannot attend schools if they have not had a measles vaccination. In France, Italy and some other countries, such vaccinations are compulsory. Will the government introduce such legislation here?
Well, Noble Lord asks a very good question, and in terms of Germany and France, That's Germany and France and how they deal with their children. This is Britain, but I will take that suggestion that the Noble Lords put forward back to the Department, and I'll write back to him.
My Lords, we now come to some instruments previously debated in Grand Committee. Online Safety List of Overseas Regulators Regulations 2024 Viscount Cameros.
My Lords, I beg to move the motion standing in my name on the order paper.
This motion be agreed to. As many as of that opinion will say content. The contrary not content. The contents have it. Wine Amendment, England Regulations 2024. Lord Harold.
My Lords, I beg to move the motion standing in my name on the order paper.
The question is that this motion be agreed to. As many as of that opinion will say content. The contrary not content. The contents have it. Public offers and admissions to Trading Regulation 2023, Baroness Swinburne.
My Lords, I beg to move the motion standing in my name. I beg to move the motion standing in my name on the order paper.
The question is that this motion be agreed to. As many as are of that opinion will say content. The contrary not content. The contents have it. Motion for debate, agreement between the UK and Rwanda on an asylum partnership to be debated with one other motion. Lord Goldsmith.
My Lords, there are two motions in my name on the order paper. I shall speak to both. The first asks the House to take note of the fourth report of the International Agreements Committee, which I have the honour to chair. The report addresses the uk-rwanda asylum partnership agreement, known as the Rwanda Treaty. The second motion invites the House to agree with the committee's unanimous conclusion that the government should not ratify the treaty until the protections it provides have been fully implemented, since Parliament is being asked to make a judgment based on the treaty about whether Rwanda is safe. Both motions are tabled on behalf of the committee, not on behalf of the Labour Party. The second motion engages Section 20 of the Constitutional Reform and Governance Act 2010. I will explain the significance of this and comment briefly on the statutory framework under which the committee's report was produced, before turning to the substance of the issue. Now, the mandate of the International Agreements Committee is to scrutinise treaties laid before Parliament which the government proposes to ratify. Section 20 of the Constitutional Reform and Governance Act, or CRAG, gives Parliament 21 sitting days to review a treaty. The main essentials of the process for parliamentary scrutiny of treaties have not changed for 100 years, since 1924, when Sir Arthur Ponsonby, Minister in the Foreign Office, made a commitment that the government would lay all treaties before Parliament for 21 days before ratification. CRAG codified this practice in legislation, but did not substantially alter it. The International Agreements Committee has previously reported on a range of deficiencies in the CRAG scrutiny process. Well, this is not the occasion to debate those in detail, but the committee's current report does highlight consideration of the Rwanda Treaty brings into sharp focus the inadequacy of a 21-day scrutiny period for reviewing treaties of significant public interest and political importance. Our task in this case was made more difficult by government delays in publishing key information and providing responses to our inquiries. Our consideration of the Rwanda Treaty also highlights the limits on Parliament's role in the scrutiny of treaties, which is weaker than in many other countries. If either or both houses wish to express concerns about a treaty, Section 20 of CRAG provides that they must pass a resolution before the end of the 21-day period that the treaty should not be ratified. If the House of Commons passes a Section 20 motion, the government must lay a statement and wait a further 21 days before it can proceed. That process can be repeated, which means that in theory, ratification could be indefinitely delayed so long as the Commons continues its objections. The government, however, can override a Section 20 motion passed by this House. My Lords, this is actually the first occasion since CRAG came into force in 2010 that either House has considered a motion under Section 20 of CRAG, which perhaps illustrates both the inadequacies of the current framework for treaty scrutiny in general
and the specific concerns which the committee has about the way the government has proceeded in relation to the Rwanda Treaty. I will expand on this as I address the substance of the report. The treaty was negotiated between the UK government and the government of Rwanda as a response to the judgment of the Supreme Court on the 15th of November 2023 that the government's policy of sending asylum seekers to Rwanda was unlawful. The Supreme Court found, relying heavily on evidence from the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, that there were deficiencies in Rwanda's asylum system and evidence of refugees being sent onto unsafe countries, a practice known as refoulement, in breach of Rwanda's international obligations. Now, the Supreme Court did not doubt the good faith of the government of Rwanda, but found that the practical application of asylum and refugee law was inadequate. On this basis, the Supreme Court concluded that there was a risk of refoulement in relation to any asylum seeker sent by the UK to Rwanda. Now, the Rwanda Treaty sits alongside the Safety of Rwanda Asylum and Immigration Bill, which will have its second reading in this House on the 29th of January. This debate is not about the bill, but aspects of the bill are relevant to our consideration of the treaty. In particular, Clause 2 of the bill provides that, and I quote, every decision maker must conclusively treat the Republic of Rwanda as a safe country, close quotes. Clause 2 adds an ouster clause with the effect that the bill's declaration of the safety of Rwanda could not be subject to appeal or judicial review in any legal proceedings. The government's case is that the new arrangements it has negotiated with Rwanda, which are now set out in a legally binding treaty, replacing the previous memorandum of understanding, changed the factual position considered by the Supreme Court and thus allow Parliament to conclude definitively that Rwanda is safe. The foreword of the Home Secretary to the policy statement accompanying the bill and the treaty published on the 12th of December referred to the treaties as, I quote, containing significant new protections in response to the Supreme Court's conclusion, close quotes, and went on to say that, open quotes, this work will enable Parliament to conclude that the Supreme Court's judgment has been addressed and that Rwanda is safe for relocations under the Migration and Economic Development Partnership, close quotes. Well, the committee therefore considered that its job was to consider whether the protections in the treaty do indeed enable Parliament to conclude now that the Supreme Court judgment has been addressed and that Rwanda is in fact safe. The committee agreed that on paper, the enhancement provided by the treaty undoubtedly improve the arrangements under the Memorandum of Understanding. First, the treaty includes an explicit obligation that no person sent to Rwanda will be removed to any other country, except back to the United Kingdom at its request. Second, a new system to process asylum claims will be established with safeguards to ensure compliance with refugee law, including new institutional structures with international judges. Third, the role of the Independent Monitoring Committee is enhanced with additional staff to support its functions. Fourthly, a binding mechanism to settle disputes between the parties is established. These are all important changes, and the committee acknowledges that efforts of both governments to address the issues raised by the Supreme Court. However, it's plain from the government's own evidence to our inquiry and from the background information in the Home Office policy statement that much work needs to be done before the protections which the treaty envisages could be fully in effect. This includes not just the adoption of new laws, systems and processes, but also the recruitment and training of personnel. All these legal and practical steps are set out in our report, but I will highlight just a few of the most important ones. The Home Office told our inquiry that they are still discussing with the government of Rwanda key aspects of the new asylum processing system. The new Rwandan asylum law, which will underpin this important part of the treaty, will be adopted in the, quotes, coming months, close quotes, according to the Home Office policy statement. Additionally, the Home Office told us that the process for selecting the co-presidents of the appeal body is still being discussed between the UK and Rwanda. Only after that process has been agreed can the co-presidents be appointed. They in turn will then need to identify and select the other international and Rwandan judges. The Home Office were unable to tell us how many international judges there would be in total, nor how they would be allocated to individual appeals. It is clear that significant more work is needed on this important aspect of the treaty. My Lords, the obligation not to remove asylum seekers to any other country, except if requested by the UK, is central to the government's contention that the treaty meets the concerns of the Supreme Court. The treaty provides an added assurance, although it could also be taken as a lack of confidence in compliance by Rwanda, in stating that the parties will cooperate to agree an effective system to ensure that refoulement does not take place. We asked the Home Office for further information about this, but did not receive a clear answer on when this system would be in place, nor whether the measures would be published. The government also places heavy emphasis on enhanced monitoring arrangements. But from information we received from the Home Office, it appears that the Monitoring Committee has yet to recruit its support team. This is important because the noble Lord, Lord Anderson of Ipswich, whom I've seen in his place, told us, based on his experience of reviewing similar monitoring processes in his previous role as Independent Review of Terrorism, how resource-intensive effective monitoring is and how important it is to have people on the ground. Another important aspect, new aspect of the monitoring arrangements provided for by the treaty is a process to allow asylum seekers or their representatives to submit confidential complaints. But this system has not yet been set up by the Monitoring Committee. It's also unclear whether the arrangements are to be subject to public scrutiny. In total, our report identifies at least 10 sets of issues where, on the basis of the government's evidence, significant additional legal and practical steps are needed in order to implement the protections the treaty is designed to provide. My Lords, the UNHCR, United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, published its assessment of the treaty last week. It also acknowledged that, quote, detailed legally binding commitments set out in the treaty would, if enacted and fully implemented in practice, address some of the key deficiencies in the Rwandan asylum system identified by the Supreme Court. However, UNHCR, in common with many witnesses to our inquiry, stressed that the changes needed in the treaty, contained in the treaty, require sustained long-term efforts at capacity building, which can only be assessed over time. The committee agreed with that assessment, which is why we concluded that the treaty is unlikely to change the position in Rwanda in the short to medium term. On the 19th of December, when the Home Secretary came and gave evidence to us, he told us that he did not intend to, I quote, operationalise, unquote, the Rwanda relocation scheme until the government is confident that the measures underpinning the treaty have been put in place. Quotes, he said, otherwise the treaty is not credible, close quotes. The difficulty is that the government has already presented a bill to Parliament asking it to make a judgment that Rwanda is safe now. And yet on the Home Secretary's own evidence, it cannot be so because the measures are not in place and have not been shown to be effective. The treaty is held out by the government as the justification for the measures in the bill, and yet the treaty cannot at present provide a basis for Parliament to judge that Rwanda is safe, while so many aspects of the treaty remain unimplemented and untested. My Lords, when the United Kingdom ratifies a treaty, the long-standing practice of government is to ensure that all necessary implementing measures are in place before the government proceeds to ratification. Some of the required steps, it's true, to implement the treaty need to be taken in Rwanda. But it's clear from the information supplied to our inquiry that the government is fully engaged with the government of Rwanda in developing those implementing measures. The government should therefore abide by its usual practice of satisfying Parliament that all measures are in place before ratifying. That is why the committee has recommended that ratification should not take place until certain conditions are met. We consider that the government should return to Parliament when it believes that the treaty is ready for implementation. It should then give Parliament a further opportunity for scrutiny of the treaty arrangements. Only at that point will Parliament be able to assess properly whether Rwanda is safe. The principle of the separation of powers provides a further reason for pausing. It would be constitutionally inappropriate for Parliament to seek through statute to overturn findings of fact by the Supreme Court. I underline findings of fact because that's what the Supreme Court did. It is therefore important for Parliament to be clear that the facts have indeed changed before making its assessment. If the government proceeds to ratify the treaty immediately after the end of the scrutiny period, it could enter into force without being fully implemented, because the government loses control of the timing of entry into force once it has ratified. Yet once the bill is in force, the judgment that Rwanda is safe is a fait accompli, regardless of whether the treaty has been implemented or not. My Lords, before I conclude, I want to thank all the witnesses who took time and trouble to contribute evidence to our inquiry over Christmas and the New Year. I would like to thank all my colleagues, some of whom I am very happy to see in the Chamber, or my colleagues on the International Agreements Committee for dealing with for their cooperation and support, and our officials and advisers for dealing with a substantial amount of material submitted in response to our call for evidence, including a very large amount of material submitted at a very late stage by the Home Office. Finally, I would like to thank the Government for offering us such a prominent debate spot within the crowd period. My Lords, the Section 20 motion I have tabled is unusual, in fact unprecedented. We are not saying that the treaty should never be ratified, but we are saying that Parliament should have the opportunity to scrutinise the treaty and its implementing measures in full before it makes a judgment about whether Rwanda is safe. And as the Government proposes in its bill that the courts will be precluded from considering whether the Supreme Court's concerns have been addressed, it is now for Parliament alone to make that assessment. It is the unanimous view of the International Agreements Committee that we need first to see the protections fully implemented and working. And for that reason, the committee concluded in its report that the treaty should not be ratified until the protections it provides have been fully implemented. My Lords, I beg to move.
Yeah. The question is that the first motion in the name of Lord Goldsmith be agreed to.
My Lords, the Noble Lord Goldsmith presided with very great skill over this report on an extremely difficult set of issues, as he has described in the last few minutes. Let me just observe here, before I add an additional comment, that we are concerned with a small but dangerous and damaging part of a much, much wider picture. When I say small, I have in mind one estimate which suggests there are about 60 million people in Africa and the Middle East and Central Asia who even now, at the present situation, wake up each morning considering migrating and mostly heading for Europe. And indeed, of course, there are between 5 and 6 million migrants already in Turkey. That's just a start. There is also the fact we have to lay beside that 90% of the world's territorial surface has no inhabitants at all. So what I'm really saying is there's something badly out of balance with this entire scene and the adjustment of handling migration and refugee problems in the totally changed conditions of the 21st century. Nevertheless, having said that, the urgent problem remains for us how to halt the appalling trade and tragedy of illegal immigrants coming by extremely dangerous means into the United Kingdom. Now, as the Noble Lord has made clear, the report is not, of course, about the safety of Rwanda bill, which I think comes before the House next week, and should, in my view, be agreed and passed when it does, as quickly as possible. But it does include, the report does include useful advice when it comes to signing the subsequent treaties, which is advice which I think is worth taking note of, and I hope the government takes note, and which will assist in ensuring the whole process works effectively and serves its various purposes. Also, I'm glad the report is free of the rather patronising tone one hears in some comments about Rwanda and its judiciary and legal systems, as though it could not possibly have high enough standards. I can understand the Rwandan government's exasperation, and that of senior legal figures there, at the implication that their system somehow has got to be reinforced, made over, and renewed to bring it up to scratch and be called safe. Despite a very dark past, Africa, and particularly Rwanda, has changed radically. Rwanda, I think, most rapidly of all in the last few decades, and we need to keep that in mind in making our judgments. Also, people forget that Rwanda is not only evolving into a modern state, but is a signed-up member of the Commonwealth in its charter, which insists on full respect for the rule of law and human rights. So the first motion is one that I hope the House will find really useful. The second motion also rightly urges that the normal CRAG processes, that's Constitutional Reform and Governance Act, for which the parliamentary scrutiny period appears to expire next week, actually, on the 31st of January, but I may have that wrong, should be properly observed by Parliament, which would surely be wise, and I hope is not in question. And that, of course, raises much broader questions, which the noble Lord touched on, about the severe defects in our entire committee system for holding the executive to account, despite all the excellent, noble work which the clerks undertake. Every other parliament I know, and I have visited very many, as have many of my colleagues, of noble lords, every parliament I know which seeks to run a democracy has a far stronger committee scrutiny power system for treaties and indeed for everything else than we have here. We have to face it, hopelessly behind in the digital age in this area of scrutiny. But I do accept that is a debate for another day. But, my lords, the last phrase in the second motion about Parliament having to make a judgment, to which the noble Lord also referred, about whether Rwanda and its legal system are, quote, safe, unquote, is the bit that worries me most, and which I realise runs through the whole debate. I just have to ask, colleagues, what does safe mean? Is it an entirely, it is an entirely subjective concept, and always will be. In our own judicial system, is that safe? I don't know. Not sure that all our postmasters would agree about. Except through practice and experience. That is the point. If it only comes through practice and experience, we will have to wait, put it into place, and see how it goes. My lords, my final hope, probably unattainable, is that both major political parties will support this project with the basic unity and balance, which is what the public longs for from its politicians and its media, in combination with an internationally collective all-out attack on the revolting smuggler parasites, thereby saving the lives of many sad and frightened people. My lords, this in turn would decisively assist thousands of other genuine asylum seekers and refugees who are fleeing for their lives from terror and oppression, and who have arrived here by legal means in receiving the swift and sympathetic treatment which is in line with our nation's traditional instincts. It would also give us a breathing space to work out together and with all our neighbours and allies how on earth best to cope with the vast coming wave of migration which no national government alone can begin to handle. But perhaps, my lords, that is too much to hope for right now.
My lords, it's an enormous pleasure to follow the two noble lords, and in particular my noble and learned friend. And I congratulate him, not just on his remarks, but I really congratulate the whole International Agreements Committee, a cross-party committee, on, amongst other things, the succinctness and clarity of this report, which I hope we will all take as a model for the vital work that the committees of your Lordship's House do. That clarity of succinctness is so important to expressing the message, and I think we've heard it delivered with enormous precision. I shall try not to, therefore, be repetitive. There are many noble lords to follow in this debate. So a few additional comments, if I may, on the treaty. It's light on numbers, my lords. So the actual numbers of asylum seekers that would be transported even to Rwanda under this scheme is not there. Now, these numbers may exist in some private communications between the two states, but they're not in the treaty. But what is in the treaty, my lords, is the suggestion that it would be for the Republic of Rwanda to make a case-by-case judgment on accepting each individual asylum seeker, which is very interesting because amongst other things that would mean that the Republic of Rwanda would get to do a case-by-case assessment that is now not possible by any minister or official or court here in the UK. I find that strange. I would also comment on this question of who ever comes back under this treaty, whoever comes back to the United Kingdom from Rwanda. Now, there's a lack of clarity here, but I understand that ministers in the other place have commented that those who commit crime, having been sent to Rwanda, those who commit crime there would be sent back to the United Kingdom, which again smacks of not a little irony, because it would mean that criminals could come back to the United Kingdom but not recognised convention refugees under the scheme, which is a slightly odd view of deterrence, in my view, which we repeatedly hear is the government's ambition here. What kind of deterrence, my lords, is that? Some might even suggest there's a potential perverse incentive to commit crime if you actually want to end up in the United Kingdom. I am, of course, conscious of the Prime Minister's recent remarks, the special press conference that he held last week for the benefit of your lordships. We're always available, I think, for anyone who wants to come and have a chat, but if they want to do it by press conference, so much the better. And much was said about the will of the people, which is this phrase that has gained so much currency in the very polarised and difficult recent years in our country. A lot is said about the will of the people, as if this is something that a charismatic or less charismatic leader has a sort of direct telephone line to, or perhaps not even telephones anymore, perhaps it's telepathic. And I would suggest, my lords, that instead of there being this sort of telepathic connection between any individual leader and the will of the people, in a constitutional democracy, as we've heard outlined, it is Parliament that will reflect to the best of its ability the will of the people, and certainly represent people in this country, but also champion the rule of law. And of course, as we've heard from my noble and learned friend, in the Safety of Rwanda Bill itself, it is being suggested that Parliament is now of the view that Rwanda is safe. So everything hinges on Parliament, the courts having been ousted. And so it seems to me that if Parliament is going to step up to that awesome responsibility, even more awesome than usual, the courts being ousted from their usual fact-finding role in relation to the anxious scrutiny of individual refugees' cases and fundamental rights. If that is going to happen, Parliament better be pretty sure that Rwanda is safe. Now, Noble Lord Howe question this concept of safety and what is and isn't a safe country, but I will remind him that even the government has used that formulation because of course, in Clause 1 of the Safety of Rwanda Bill, it is clearly stated that this Act gives effect to the judgment of Parliament that the Republic of Rwanda is a safe country. And that concept, difficult or otherwise, is a recognised concept of international law in relation not just to the Refugee Convention. I remind noble lords that many of us and many jurists internationally now believe that non-refoulement is so vital to the international rules-based order that it has become a principle of customary international law. In other words, binding countries even who do not recognise the convention. That's how important this concept of safety and non-refoulement actually is. So, like it or not, difficult to debate or not, safety is in the bill, and it is for Parliament to be very, very sure before deeming these new facts, which goes back to another part of the Prime Minister's rhetoric. So we had the sabre rattling about, the unelected House of Lords will have to do the right thing. But there was another part of his address that was less strident, if I might put it like that. And that's where he said, we have addressed the Supreme Court's concerns. So that was the softer side, that was the good cop next to the bad cop. We have addressed the Supreme Court's concerns. Now, if Parliament is to address the Supreme Court's concerns, my noble and learned friend and his committee must be listened to, because everything that they and he have said, with all due respect to our Commonwealth partner in the Republic of Rwanda, is triggered not on what we say, what we deem with the flick of a pen, but the legitimate and totally noble aspiration that Rwanda, and perhaps even Britain, perhaps we'll all become safer, but it is that greater safety in the future that the Supreme Court, not a foreign court, let alone an international court, but our own United Kingdom Supreme Court called for. And that is what my noble and learned friend and his committee are suggesting we should test. And if I may say so, his comments on the contradiction between current safety and the Home Office evidence to his committee, that, if I may say so, was perhaps the most devastating part of his argument. Finally, my lords, before all the lectures about unelected second houses, etc., I do think on matters of the rule of law, your lordships have a part to play. And especially in a country with an unwritten constitution, a Human Rights Act, a modern Bill of Rights that is not entrenched, and where even the highest court in the land, our Supreme Court, does not have the strike-down powers that other democracies reserve for their constitutional or highest courts. In such a system, I do believe that noble lords are entitled to be a little more muscular than usual in relation to matters such as this, that were, my lords, not in anyone's manifesto, that risk being contrary to the domestic rule of law, including by ousting the jurisdiction of the courts, or indeed changing reality as it has been found by the Supreme Court on the 15th of November. A little muscular in relation to matters that risk breaching international law, again as found not by a foreign or even international court but by the highest court in our land, that risk breaching human rights that have been baked in to the hard-won and precious Good Friday Agreement, and all this in what may or may not be the last days of a government, where the temptations to blow dog whistles, to be destructive, to consensus, to the rule of law are all too great. So for those reasons, my lords, I hope that your lordships will approve my noble and learned friends' motions.
My lords, I'm very happy to follow the noble lady. I'm grateful for the committee's work, especially since the Commons is not debating the treaty. These benches agree with the conclusions of the cross-party unanimous report and will support the motions. I'm grateful also to the Minister for the comprehensive reply to a letter I wrote to the Foreign Secretary in December. I'm grateful for his fulsome response. Some outside the House may say that we are going to be approaching our work in a constitutionally unusual way over the coming weeks. The government is insistent that we are constituted the way we are with the powers that we possess. But for some, we shouldn't use them in some form of appeal to the Lord to make us good at scrutiny, but not yet. We will do our job and we will scrutinise properly. And we will do so on the treaty also. It builds on the MOU in certain areas with clarity, I accept, but in most other areas with assertion and optimism. Together with the bill, the government responds to the Supreme Court ruling not by addressing its substantive points, but to set them aside by presenting Parliament with alternative facts. These benches oppose the treaty and the bill. They place the United Kingdom at material risk of breaching its international law commitments, undermine the rule of law by ousting the jurisdiction of the courts, will lead to further substantial costs to the taxpayer, fail to provide safe and legal routes for refugees, and fail to include measures to tackle people smuggling gangs. And the House will recall that on the 13th of April 2022, the Home Office Permanent Secretary said at the start of all of this there was insufficient evidence to back up the government's assertion that the agreement with Rwanda would provide value for money, so he sought and he received a ministerial direction. That was when £120 million money had been spent. But what was utterly unacceptable was after repeated questions on funding from me and others in this chamber in 2022 and 2023, it was only in December last year that it was disclosed that a further £120 million was committed at that time, secretly by ministers with no disclosure. And as I was told in Kigali when I visited the reception centre in the summer of 2022, this is under an annualised rolling contract, renewable in March each year. So can the Minister confirm that there will be another £120 million committed for next year over and above the £50 million which the Home Office has indicated for the coming year? And will this also be kept secret? And is this being scored against official development assistance? And why is it not being reported on a project basis in a transparent way? Incredibly, the Home Office now says that part of the £290 million is a credit line to the Rwanda government. Not for this purpose of the treaty, but a credit line. So for what precisely, Minister, and to whom, and who are the beneficiaries? Now, my lords, I can also today inform the House that on top of the £290 million, the government quietly issued a tender last March for a £78 million contract for, I quote, collection, transportation and escorting individuals overseas through an MEDP, close quote. Given the fact that the only one the UK is seeking to agree is Rwanda, this is now £368 million willing to be committed. So can the Minister be clear what the projection costs for 2025 and 2026 are so we have transparency. These benches want an immigration system which is efficient and fair, allows for regulated movement of people for our economy, and takes into consideration need and capacity, and is not gamed either from those within the UK or organised crime from abroad, but one where we reject the pernicious and deliberate conflation of economic migration and those seeking asylum from political and personal persecution. That conflation meant the previous Home Secretary and Minister in this House repeated the untruth that, I quote, "There are 100 million people who could qualify for our protection and they are coming here," unquote. Well, there aren't, and they are not. And as the Lords Minister stopped repeating this trope only after I cited the condemnation of the UK Statistics Authority, formally asking ministers not to repeat it. But, my Lords, the Home Office is a serial offender. Last week, the head of the Statistics Authority wrote to my colleague Alistair Carmichael MP about the Prime Minister's wholly misleading statement on the 2nd of January, saying he had got rid of the backlog of asylum decisions by the end of 2023. It was misleading, of course, because the Home Office ignored so-called hard cases, as it defines them, 5,000 of them. And the Statistics Authority's withering reply, Sir Robert Choate wrote that it is, I quote, "not surprising that the government's claims have been greeted with scepticism and some people may feel misled," unquote. Furthermore, it should be noted the Home Office went full Kafka last week in sending us supporting evidence for its bill. That supporting evidence included this treaty that it negotiated itself. And a justification for the necessity of this treaty, the government says, well, its own bill. And part of the pack, there is also an updated country note for Rwanda too, which updates one which had just been published last spring. But the one with barely dry ink was slightly inconvenient, as it said a little too much about Rwanda's human rights records and problems in processing asylum. So now the language on human rights is eased, massaged and sanitised. I emailed the Independent Inspectorate, tasked with reviewing the country note, and was told that they had not yet concluded a review of the previous one to verify it, but the government, so eager to change the conclusions, didn't even wait for the evidence from its own independent inspection body. All these aspects get to the central part of the issue, and it's why we must verify the treaty assertions before they are brought into force. The Supreme Court's ruling was clear in paragraph 104. It says, I quote, "The matters which we have discussed are evidence of a culture within Rwanda of, at best, an adequate understanding of Rwanda's obligations under the Refugee Convention." And as Lord Goldsmith said, the UNHCR position on both Rwanda's insufficient processes, the UK MOU and now the treaty in bill are also clear, and they are responsible for interpreting the Convention. But the government has sought to undermine the UNHCR. On the 24th of May last year, the Minister, Lord Murray, in his place, told the House, I quote from Hansard, "The UNHCR is clearly a UN body. It is not charged with the interpretation of the Refugee Convention," close quote. Paragraph 65 of the Supreme Court ruling said, "The first relevant factor is the status and role of the UNHCR. It is entrusted by the United Nations General Assembly with supervision of the interpretation and application of the Refugee Convention." There can be no stronger rebuttal of the government than that. The Supreme Court also stated, "It is also apparent from the evidence that significant changes need to be made to Rwanda's asylum processes as they operate in practice before there can be confidence that it will deal with asylum seekers sent to it by the United Kingdom in accordance with the principle of non-refoulement. The necessary changes may not be straightforward, as they require an appreciation that the current approach is inadequate, a change of attitudes, and effective training and monitoring." Now, I asked the government with regards to its treaty commitment on refoulement. The Minister replied to me in his response when I asked about the proposed mechanisms when they will be ready. The Minister said to me, "This mechanism is in development and will be in place once the partnership is operational." In development, and a process which may be extended with unlimited extensions. So I want to ask the Minister, does "will be in place once operational" mean that they will need to be in place before it becomes operational, or will be put in place after the treaty is operational? Because it's unclear, and the Minister needs to be clear. And equally opaque, the appeals process, which is fundamental to the Court's ruling, and this is covered in Annex B in the treaty. And given that these need to be in place in advance of the agreement coming into force, I asked the Minister, when will they be operational? I asked for a planned date. The reply, the price, with regards to the judges appointed, the precise number of judges and precise mix of nationalities is being considered by the UK and Rwanda government. The process of selecting the co-presidents is being developed by the UK and Rwanda government, and we will set this out in due course again, and is being considered and is being developed. I asked the government, when it comes to the training of the judges, which the treaty says will have to be in place, and when the training will be complete. Again, it is being discussed. My Lords, Article 14 also commits to Rwanda Security Service officers, which they can term as liaison officers, to be part of the UK asylum process. And the treaty says, I quote, including the screening of asylum seekers, close quote. This is quite extraordinary, given the UK has provided asylum to 6 Rwandans after the government had stated that Rwanda was a safe country itself. And there is no treaty restriction on the limits of the access to the operational processes of the Rwanda Security Services in screening UK asylum applications. And given the fact that I was monitored and then spied on after meeting an opposition leader who I met in Kigali, I say to the Minister with great seriousness, I feel this section needs very careful consideration. And finally, my Lords, Article 19 covers the point with regards to the Noble Lady referenced of the resettling of asylum seekers currently in Rwanda to the UK. The Minister replied to me saying that the UK is now committed to receiving those asylum seekers from Rwanda to the UK who are the most vulnerable. If Rwanda cannot accommodate vulnerable asylum seekers in Rwanda, why is the government proposing to send vulnerable asylum seekers to Rwanda? But I also asked how many. This is what the government said. As the partnership is not yet operational, we have no figure or specific information to provide to you as the number of non-Rwandan refugees who may be resettled in the UK or their circumstances. We expect this number to be small. The Minister's response to me sought to be reassuring. He said, I quote, this is not a one-for-one agreement. Well, I think most people will be reassured with that. But if it's not one-for-one, then what is the figure and when will we know, and is it capped? My Lords, the government cannot legislate new facts which are more politically palatable. It cannot mislead by deliberately misstating data. It cannot release new reports which sanitise ones which themselves have just been released. It cannot expect us to ratify a treaty when its essential elements remain unclear, with no detail of time frame or even their commencement. It cannot do these things and expect us to turn away, or as some might say, something must be done, this is something, therefore we must do this. Or as the Foreign Secretary told me last week on the lack of any of the promised new safe and legal routes, we just have to do it because we have to think out of the box. The Supreme Court was pretty clear in paragraph 104 of the ruling that when it comes to safety, thinking in the legal box is a practical necessity. The treaty doesn't create in itself a new reality, and therefore there are too many outstanding questions for us to assent to its ratification now.
It's a privilege to take part in this debate, and I'm very grateful to the government for allowing us to have it within the CRAG period. It was also a privilege to be a member of the International Agreements Committee, and thanks to our excellent chairmanship and the wonderful work by our staff, we were able ourselves to complete this report within the CRAG period, despite the Christmas recess. I used to work on international relations and was until recently a trustee of the Refugee Council. So I can't debate this treaty without recording my profound objection to an arrangement which is incompatible with our responsibilities under the 1951 Refugee Convention and its 1967 Protocol, and of course the European Convention on Human Rights. But I acknowledge that that's more for next week's debate than today's. My concern is primarily with the policy and the bill we'll be looking at next week, not the treaty, which is intended to salvage the policy from its Supreme Court shipwreck. On the policy, let me just make one point. I simply remind the House yet again that there is no precedent for the way it dishonours our Convention commitments. The government keep referring to what the Australians did in 2012, but that was different. The asylum seekers they diverted to Papua New Guinea were not handed over to the Papua New Guinea authorities. Australian officials went to Papua New Guinea and heard in Papua New Guinea the claims for admission to Australia. Like the arrangement the Italians have been considering with Albania, this is offshoring. What we're talking about is offloading. Those we offload to Rwanda are never to get a hearing for their claim to asylum in this country. We intend to wash our hands of them, declare them inadmissible, Rwanda's responsibility, not ours, unprecedented and unconscionable. On the treaty itself, I have only 3 points to make. First, as a member of the International Agreements Committee, I, of course, support the report we unanimously agreed. It follows the scope and logic of the Supreme Court's reasoning. As the noble and learned Lord Goldsmith has explained, in considering whether Rwanda would be safe for those sent there, it focuses on the court's assessment of the risk of refoulement, enforced return to the country they first fled. I myself would have wished to draw the canvas a little broader, looking beyond the procedural reforms Rwanda has apparently agreed to make, to try to judge how safe for refugees wider Rwandan society actually is. Without looking back to the genocide 30 years ago, when over 500,000 in Rwanda lost their lives, I might have noted, as the Supreme Court did, that only 3 years ago, our government was criticizing the Rwanda government in the UN Human Rights Council for, and I quote, extrajudicial killings, deaths in custody, enforced disappearances, and torture. I might have asked whether it's Rwanda that's changed, or whether we've just found it convenient to change our tune for domestic political reasons. I might have picked up the State Department's damning country report 2 years ago on Rwanda's human rights record, and I would certainly have wished to note Rwanda's 100% rejection rate for asylum claims there by applicants from Afghanistan or Syria. 100% according to UNHCR, and contrasted that with our 99% acceptance rate, 99% according to the Home Office, for people from these two tragic countries, Afghanistan and Syria, who managed to lodge their claims here. I might have asked what it says about the safety of Rwanda that we are still accepting claims from Rwandan citizens for asylum in this country, as the noble Lord Purvis has pointed out. Allowing them refugee status here means that we have determined, through our processes, that they have a real and well-founded fear of persecution back home. All these issues are relevant, though they're not in the IAC report, but I in no way resile from the report. We agreed it unanimously, and we all acknowledge the efforts the two governments have made to address the issues raised by the Supreme Court. But, and this is my second point, the committee was clear that resolving these issues will take time. Time to assess whether the 10 steps that the Rwanda government have agreed to take, and which are listed at the report's paragraph 45, have been taken, are working, are proving sufficient to set at rest the concerns raised by the Supreme Court. None of the 10 steps have yet been taken. There is no new Rwanda asylum law. There is no new first instance body. There is no new appeal court. No one has been appointed. No judges. No training has been done. It will all take time. I do believe that if the new arrangements set out in the treaty and its annexes are implemented and bed down, the situation for asylum seekers in Rwanda will genuinely improve. But clearly the government themselves aren't confident that these improvements will be sufficient to set Supreme Court minds at rest. If they thought the treaty would crack the problem, why would they now be legislating to prohibit our domestic courts from independently assessing whether it has cracked the problem? Why a belt if the braces aren't broken? Point 3. Article 10.3 of the treaty states that no one we have transported to Rwanda can be sent on to a third country. Whether or not they've asked for asylum in Rwanda, whether or not asylum in Rwanda has been granted, they can't be sent on. The only place they can be sent to is back here, if we decide we want them back. Now, on the face of that, that's a reassuring failsafe if the new procedures prove inadequate to prevent removal to a third country. Well, actually, no. Because, as the report points out in paragraph 37, Article 10.3 of the treaty goes on to lay on us and Rwanda an obligation to agree an effective system, I'm quoting this treaty language, to agree an effective system to ensure that removals don't in practice occur and to check on where the refugee in question now is. Hang on. That's the clock striking 13 times, casting doubt on all that's happened before. It shows the Rwanda government acknowledging in the treaty that despite all the assurances in the treaty, it's possible that refugees will, in practice, be sent back to the countries from which they originally fled. And well might the Rwandans admit that possibility, because that's exactly what happened with their arrangement with Israel, causing the Israelis to break it off. So, we and they are to agree an effective system to ensure that doesn't happen again. But we haven't done so, and the task won't be easy, given Rwandan geography and society. It's one of the unfulfilled promises listed in paragraph 45 of the report. And absent an effective system, up and running and proving effective, Article 10.3 can't even be minimally reassuring to Parliament or, I would imagine, to the Supreme Court. In conclusion, my Lords, the considerations of international law and national reputation, which I mentioned at the outset, convince me that it wouldn't be right to ratify this treaty at any time. Arguments from history suggest that it would be very reckless to do so anytime soon. But these are my personal views. The IAC read its remit rather narrowly. What we did was to consider whether the treaty can be said now, today, to meet the Supreme Court's concerns. And our unanimous answer, based on the overwhelming weight of the evidence we received, was no. Not today, not yet. So our recommendation, our unanimous recommendation, is to delay ratification until the outstanding tasks have been carried out and the new systems proven in practice. So I support both Lord Goldsmith's motions.
My Lords, this treaty with the Republic of Rwanda underlines the Safety of Rwanda Bill. If it's not ratified by Parliament, the Safety of Rwanda Bill would lose its foundation stone. But today, as I hope members understand, this House cannot, by its own resolution, block the ratification process. Only a resolution passed in the other place
can do that. I've read with care the committee's report. It sends an important message to the government. But, and this is important, whatever it says about the arrangements in Rwanda going forward, and its anxieties about whether they will actually be effective or not, it does not complain about the terms of the treaty. And I stress that. The treaty, as this careful report notes, puts into legally binding form the arrangements previously set out in the 2022 Memorandum of Understanding, with enhancements which, the report notes, if effective, and I emphasise effective, will provide important safeguards for persons transferred to Rwanda, and that is what the report says. Of course, we shall only know whether that is so if and when the bill becomes law and the process begins. And to adopt what my noble friend Lord Howell has said, this report provides a useful agenda for the government and indeed for all of us when we debate the bill. The report acknowledges that the treaty will improve the protections previously set out in that earlier memorandum. It identifies practical steps which need to be taken before the protections could be deemed operational and such that they might make a difference to the assessment reached by the Supreme Court. Like my noble friend Lord Howell, I really hope that the government reads this report with care and doesn't just pay lip service to it. So the report argues, evidence is also needed that the arrangements have been effective in practice. But just for a moment, one can see that evidence will only be available if the process is embarked upon and after it has been in practice, if it has taken place. The authors of the report, this distinguished committee, are doubtful that the treaty would change the position in Rwanda in the short to medium term. But that will only arise if the treaty is in effect and the arrangements have been tested. Clearly, when we debate the bill, we will have to see what reassurances we receive from the government. On the basis that they recommend that the treaty is not ratified until Parliament is satisfied, but only then will the protections have been fully implemented. And it is worth looking again at Article 3, paragraphs 1 and 2 of the treaty. The parties agree that the obligations in this agreement shall be met in respect of all relocated individuals, regardless of their nationality and without discrimination. So that's the core agreement. Continues, the parties agree to take all steps that are necessary or appropriate to ensure that their obligations can both in practice be complied with and are in fact complied with. So that's the obligation on the Rwanda government and on our government. Those steps shall include continuing discussions, support, that's a matter the committee was concerned about, and the fullest cooperation between the parties with a view to maintaining and enhancing their practical ability to do so. Both parties recognise the importance to that end of the monitoring arrangements set out in this agreement and the taking of all reasonable steps to ensure that monitoring is as effective as possible. The committee, nonetheless, recommends that the treaty is not ratified, and so have several noble speakers today, until Parliament is satisfied that the protections provided have been fully implemented. But if it is not ratified, there will be no bill that will end the process.
The time for advancing these arguments is when we look at the detail of the bill, when we debate it. Are we confident it's right to have a second go? And the report does not itself, I suggest, identify anything objectionable or contrary to principle in the treaty itself. The report's concern is that the treaty obligations imposed may not work, that they may not be adhered to by the Republic of Rwanda when and if the bill is passed and the migrants are sent to that country for processing. And I remind this House that, as an earlier speaker said, the Supreme Court did not doubt the good faith of the government of Rwanda. So the true question today is whether Parliament, when it debates the bill, should have confidence that the aspirations on which it is founded are sound. Will those aspirations contained in the treaty be fulfilled? That is a judgment to be made then for Parliament, and in particular, ultimately, for members of the other place as the elected representatives. The second resolution, therefore, puts the cart before the horse. I have no problem, obviously, with the first motion. The treaty itself, I suggest, is entirely reasonable. It contains clear obligations on both parties. The points made in the report can be given effect to either by amendment to the bill or ultimately by not passing the bill in its current form. I'm not urging at this stage either of those courses, but that is what is open to Parliament. It is in that debate that the proper forum will arise. First, Parliament is entitled to proceed on the basis that Rwanda will now act in accordance with its obligations under Article 10, which bind Rwanda, both in international and its own domestic law, not to remove persons except the United Kingdom. Second, if there is structural failure, even passing imperfections arise in practice, we can be confident that the matter will be taken up in Parliament and that ministers, particularly in the other place, will be given a hard time. They will be pressured to act, and there will be action. The Rwandan government has made clear that it itself sees compliance with international law as paramount, not least, we know, because it wishes to replicate its United Kingdom deal with other countries. In the bill itself, as we have heard, Clause 2 will impose an obligation to treat the Republic of Rwanda as a safe country. That is something this House can debate when the bill comes. It will have the committee's report. If this House is satisfied that the country is unsafe, no doubt it will say so. That may be because, for example, no judges have been appointed. It might be for any number of reasons. But we can address Clause 2 then. But that does not go to the validity or the value of this treaty. So today, I submit respectfully to this House and to those who have drawn up this very careful report, is not the place to oppose ratification, and certainly not for the reasons advanced. If the House divides, I shall of course support the first motion, to take note that I shall vote against the second motion.
My Lords, the creation of our International Agreements Committee is a rare constitutional highlight of the past 5 years. I congratulate it for the scrutiny that it provides in the context of a statutory framework that leaves much to be desired, and for the decision that it took in May of last year to focus particularly on treaties which are novel or have significant implications for politics or public policy, human rights or expenditure. The uk-Rwanda treaty might be thought to qualify on all those grounds. We can be grateful for the committee's thorough and perceptive report and for the opportunity to debate it at a stage where the debate can still be useful. I also congratulate the British and Rwandan governments for putting their MOU into the form of a treaty, as the committee had itself recommended, and for starting to address some of the defects identified by the Supreme Court. However, and without doubting the good faith of either government, it appears that, as the Supreme Court itself anticipated, those defects will not be fully addressed in the short term. The UNHCR, from its position on the ground, spoke last week of the need for, and I quote, sustained long-term efforts, the results of which may only be assessed over time. That chimes with my own experience when reporting some years ago on the analogous policy of deportation with assurances. The object of the policy was to enable non-British terrorist suspects to be deported to their countries of origin, even when, without specific guarantees, those countries could not be considered safe. Guarantees were negotiated by way of treaty, MOU or exchange of letters with 6 countries in the Middle East and North Africa. I travelled to Jordan and Algeria in 2014 to see how they were being implemented on the ground. My conclusion was that, contrary to the views of some lawyers and UN rapporteurs, but consistently with the view of the European Court of Human Rights, such arrangements can, with the right partner, be delivered, at least in the national security context, both effectively and compatibly with international law. Indeed, the Mutual Legal Assistance Treaty with Jordan, negotiated by James Brokenshire and Theresa May, was successful in meeting the conditions laid down by the courts for securing the departure of the dangerous extremist Abu Qatada for trial in Jordan. However, to negotiate, and in particular to implement such an arrangement, particularly a broad-ranging one, requires what my co-author, Professor Clive Walker, and I described as the most laborious care. In the oral evidence that I was invited to give to the committee, I detailed some of the practical obstacles to independent monitoring, even in Jordan, where there was a strong political will to make the arrangements work. I also recalled that when I visited Algeria in 2014, the British Embassy did not know the whereabouts of any of the 9 men whom we had deported there under that policy. Perhaps that is not so surprising when, even in this country, it is possible to lose track of some 5,600 asylum claimants whose claims were withdrawn in the year to September 2023. But it is a concerning precedent when one is looking at the risks in Rwanda, including, of course, the risks of refoulement. The committee has looked at the evidence before it, including, heroically, the almost 600 pages of evidence published by the government on the 11th of January. It is not satisfied. As the Noble Lord Goldsmith has said, it has identified 10 further legal and practical steps that would be required to meet the concerns of the Supreme Court, and which it does not anticipate will be met in the short to medium term. These include such vital elements as the new Rwandan asylum law and the implementation of arrangements for monitoring and judicial consideration. The Noble Lords Purvis of Tweed and Kerr have added to the committee's concerns in their powerful speeches. The committee proposes that ratification should be delayed until Parliament can be properly satisfied that the protections written into the treaty have been fully implemented in practice. The committee has little to say about the treaty's companion piece, the Safety of Rwanda Bill. May I suggest 2 respects in which the bill reinforces the committee's recommendations. First, the bill is due to enter into force on the same day as the Rwanda Treaty, which will itself enter into force immediately on ratification by both parties. Planes could, in other words, be in the air the day after ratification. That does rather demonstrate the dangers, the practical dangers, of ratifying prematurely. Secondly, as the Noble Lord Kerr has said, the existence and terms of the bill confirm the general view that the treaty has not yet rendered Rwanda safe. If the treaty were watertight, it could be defended with confidence in the courts, as was the MLAT with Jordan. Yet the bill goes to considerable lengths to avoid such scrutiny, challenging as it does so the rule of law, the separation of powers between the courts and Parliament, our domestic human rights settlement, our compliance with international law, and the Civil Service Code. If the government were prepared to wait until things are as they need to be on the ground, and if that wait were as short as they claim it is, none of this damage to our constitutional fabric would be necessary. My Lords, in the end, perhaps it is as simple as this. The bill seeks to give the status of law to what it calls the judgment of Parliament that Rwanda is, not will be or could in the longer term become, is a safe country. Our own specialist cross-party committee, the only one in Parliament, has unanimously given us the clearest possible advice that we are in no position to make such a judgment. So for my part, I do not see how in good conscience we could make it. For that reason, I support both motions in the name of the noble and learned Lord Goldsmith, and I shall vote for the second one if, as I hope he does, he will choose to test the opinion of the House.
My Lords, I welcome the opportunity to speak today and would like to thank the International Agreements Committee for their excellent report. Just to say, as Lord Bishops, we take no position on this bench based on tribal loyalty, and we are not whipped. But instead, because of what our Christian faith teaches us for care for the stranger, we have spoken with one voice on these benches. I am focusing on the issues before us today. Friends on this bench will speak to wider points in the coming weeks as the bill is discussed. As has been said, this treaty is the central plank of the government's case that Rwanda is a safe country for asylum seekers. As others have commented, it is remarkable for the executive to request parliamentarians declare another nation-state safe and safe ad infinitum on the basis that one drafted international agreement answers all the concerns of the Supreme Court. If Parliament does proceed to effectively substitute its judgment for that of the Supreme Court, I would ask where that leaves the constitutional principle of the separation of functions, and what precedent is this setting? The question is not whether both parties are willing and capable of delivering on the treaty, but whether the provisions will actually become operational in reality. Both the committee and the High Court question Rwanda's ability to fulfil its commitments in the short term in light of the evidential deficiencies of the present asylum system in Rwanda, as has already been mentioned. Furthermore, the UNHCR has not observed any systemic changes that will address the court's concern. Future assurances, however sincerely offered, are not on their own a strong enough basis to legislate a country as safe. The role of government is indeed to create law, but it is not to create injustices. Therefore, can I ask the Lord Minister, if the government is so confident the treaty obligations placed on Rwanda will ensure the Rwandan partnership is lawful, why not make this argument again before the judiciary? As this is a course of action the government is not pursuing, the International Agreements Committee has recommended that the treaty not be ratified until Parliament is satisfied that the protection it provides have been fully implemented. Given that the Home Secretary himself has stated, and I quote, "We will not operationalise this scheme until we are confident that the measures underpinning the treaty have been put in place, otherwise the treaty is not credible," end of quote. Does the government concede this is an eminently sensible proposal which should be given serious consideration? Taking one example from the treaty, can the Lord Minister reassure us that judges from a mix of nationalities will have been appointed to the new appeals body before any flights take off to Rwanda? And in general, how long does the government envisage it will take for Rwanda to put the protections outlined in the treaty in place? No one on these benches is denying the complexity of the challenges irregular migration presents globally and on our shores. The boats must be stopped, the traffickers must be stopped and held to account, and immigration must of course be controlled. However, this debate is focusing us on the issue of whether or not sending people to Rwanda is safe and humane. The Prime Minister has called on peers to get on board and do what is right. But I fear it cannot be right to assure ourselves that asylum seekers will be protected by a few sheets of paper.
My Lords, for those members of your Lordship's House with whom I have debated issues of immigration and migration over the years, it will come as no surprise that I support the government's Rwanda policy, and further that while I thank the noble Lord for his very clear explanation, I do have some concerns about the
approach adopted by his committee, though as a non-lawyer, I of course recognise his distinguished legal and political career, and last but not least, those distinguished members of your Lordship's House who serve on his International Agreements Committee and on whose behalf he has tabled these two motions. My Lords, amongst all the issues and aspects of this tricky area, this difficult, challenging area that divide us, there is one set that unites us. That is, we need to find, as soon as possible, ways to stop people risking their lives crossing the channel in small boats, and simultaneously find ways to break up the business model of the people smugglers. And as my noble friend Lord Howell pointed out in his speech earlier, this is just the beginnings of a very much bigger problem, but it is nevertheless a problem. And my Lords, it's worth remembering that we now have before us, or will have next Monday, a bill designed to tackle this first issue. Individual members of your Lordship's House may not like the approach or may argue that it will be effective, but it is a plan, and it is inconceivable the passage of a bill, the Safety of Rwanda bill, would actually cause an increase in the number of people seeking to cross the channel. So while I, of course, absolutely respect the findings of the committee, any delays in implementing the provisions of the bill itself, and my noble friend Lord Sandhurst has pointed out how interlinked this and the bill are, will have real-life consequences away from the cool, calm deliberations of your Lordship's House, with the most likely winners being the people smugglers, and the most likely losers, those desperate, unhappy people hoping to cross the channel. And as we come to decide our voting preferences this afternoon, my Lords, I think we need to bear this carefully in mind. My Lords, the government's policy statement on Rwanda, which is the subject of the noble Lord Goldsmith's report, is 33 pages long and impressive in its detail as to how the rights of people sent to Rwanda will be safeguarded. A number of noble lords have pointed out the weaknesses in it, and I stand corrected by that. But what is impressive about the report for me is not so much the detail it goes into, but the number of third-party independent bodies who have rated Rwanda highly or reasonably highly, including the Abraham Index of Government, the World Justice Project on the Rule of Law, the World Bank Group, and the World Economic Forum, the Gender Gap Report, which, by the way, ranks Rwanda higher than the United Kingdom. And I felt it was slightly unreasonable not to have given some weight to those particular third-party witnesses in the findings of the report. Now, much of the debate revolves around the rule of law, which I strongly support. But I would like to end by referring to a different set of laws, the laws of motion, specifically Newton's third law of motion, which states that, and I quote, "For every force in nature, there is an equal and opposite reaction," unquote. My Lords, it may not be attractive to say this, but outside in this country, a large majority of the British people think that the provisions of our asylum system are being stretched to their utmost, and some, no doubt, would argue well beyond. And as Newton's law predicts, the force of the stretching has led to a countervailing reaction, the consequences of which we can see and read about almost every day. And if we are to maintain confidence in our system, it is important to pass or not pass the bill without delay and take the consequences at the next election. I thank noble Lord Goldsmith and his committee for their report. It contains some important points, but I do urge the House to consider carefully the political consequences of our being unwise in the way we delay the bill itself with this particular provision.
My Lords, I refer to the Register of Interests for support from RAMP. We are indebted to the International Agreements Committee for their carefully argued report, which, as we've heard, makes a clear recommendation to your Lordship's House. Having read much of the evidence to the committee and other expert commentaries, including from the Law Society, I am satisfied that this recommendation is well based. The consensus among them is that despite improvements in the treaty compared with the original Memorandum of Understanding, the treaty cannot of itself guarantee that the concerns raised by the Supreme Court will be met, and they are unlikely to be so in the short to medium term, as the committee concludes. The kind of improvements sought by the Supreme Court to make it safe will take time. To quote just from the updated analysis provided by the UNHCR, referred to by my noble and learned friend, even with the injection of additional resources and sustained capacity development efforts, the transfer of an unspecified number of asylum seekers from the UK to Rwanda will inevitably place additional pressure on a nascent and already overstretched system for receiving and adjudicating individual asylum claims. This is a system which, according to the government's own supporting evidence, has considered only 421 cases in the past 5 years, rejecting 3/4 of them, despite many of the asylum seekers coming from countries such as Afghanistan and Syria, which have high acceptance rates in the UK, as we've already heard. The UNHCR states that as of January 2024, it has not observed changes in the practice of asylum adjudication that would overcome the concerns set out in its original analysis and evidence to the Supreme Court. It therefore continues to have concerns that asylum seekers transferred to Rwanda would not have access to fair and efficient procedures for the determination of refugee status. And based on its own extensive experience of capacity building, which emphasises system thinking, it warns of the limitations of training without the necessary legal framework and implementation capacity. Drawing on the evidence it received, the committee underlines the weaknesses of the commitments on training and monitoring, welcome as they might be. And it reminds us of the Supreme Court's point that however good the monitoring proves to be, it does not help those it identifies as having been turned down wrongly. Quoting the Joint Council on the Welfare of Immigrants, it would be far too late for the individuals whose lives would already be irreparably and irreversibly harmed. At the heart of the UNHCR's concerns is the belief that despite all the treaty's claims, it, like the bill, is not compatible with international refugee law. The JCHR observes that, to quote, the Supreme Court decision relied on evidence that Rwanda had previously failed to comply with international human rights treaties. It is hard to see how turning an agreement into a treaty can answer serious underlying concerns about Rwanda's compliance with its international obligations. My Lords, those concerns are hardly assuaged by the recent revelation already referred to that 6 people from Rwanda have been granted asylum in the UK since the original agreement was signed in April 22. According to the I newspaper, at least one of these decisions was based on sexual orientation. Given Rwanda's worrying record on LGBTQI+ people, outlined in the Public Law Project's evidence to the committee, there is very real concern among groups such as Rainbow Migration, the British Red Cross, Voices Network, about the implications of the treaty and the bill for LGBTQI+ people seeking asylum in the UK who could be sent to Rwanda. My Lords, the treaty is full of assurances about both countries' commitment to their international obligations with regard to refugees. Survivors of the illegal migration bill's proceedings might recall that our concerns, based on the UNHCR's unequivocal analysis that and the earlier Nationality and Borders Bill did not comply with the Refugee Convention, were dismissed as simply one interpretation of that convention's requirements. So in true Humpty Dumpty fashion, there is nothing to stop the government asserting that these obligations are met under this treaty and the accompanying bill when the experts say they are not, because for the government, words mean what they say they mean. Apparently, according to the Foreign Secretary, as we've heard, this represents out-of-the-box thinking. But I think legitimate asylum seekers, who the government wrongly calls and treats as illegals, would be safer if thinking remained within the box of the official UN statement of these obligations. The committee is thus right to charge us with the need to consider carefully whether the treaty fundamentally changes the Supreme Court's assessment regarding Rwanda's international obligations. I believe all the evidence suggests that it does not. Now, one of the issues of substantive concern to the committee was the treatment of children. Needless to say, I've not seen any child rights impact assessment. Can the Noble Lord the Minister tell us whether there'll be one before we consider the bill itself? The committee's report notes that the treaty envisages that unaccompanied children might be removed to Rwanda if their age is in dispute. If subsequently determined to be children, they would be returned to the UK. This might result in children being placed in unsafe situations. The potential unsafe situation raised in the ILPA justice evidence concerns sleeping arrangements. Can the Minister assure us that no age-disputed child would be required to share a sleeping area with adults? The report cites witnesses' arguments that the treatment of age-dispute children would be contrary to our obligations under the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child to prioritise the best interests of children, and the UN Committee on the Rights of the Child's recommendation to the UK to ensure that children and age-disputed children are not removed to a third country. Instead, there is a very real possibility that they will be removed to Rwanda, and if subsequently found to be under 18, sent back to the UK in a cruel human pass-the-parcel, which is likely to be very distressing for children who almost certainly have gone through considerable trauma. My Lords, last year, a written answer to me gave the assurance that under the MEDP established by the original Memorandum of Understanding, no one undergoing an age assessment or legally challenging the outcome of an assessment will be relocated until that process is fully concluded. Could the Minister please explain why then the treaty indicates otherwise? Given the Chief Inspector's description of the age assessment process for those arriving by small boats as perfunctory and plenty of other evidence, there's a very real danger of a significant number of unaccompanied children being earmarked for removal to Rwanda despite the treaty's assurances. As your Lordships know, there are very real concerns about the introduction of so-called scientific methods in the age assessment of children. So I realise that even if age assessment is completed in the UK, unless there is a legal challenge, the assurance I was given last year would not ensure that no child was erroneously relocated, but it would at least provide some protection. Nor would it cover children and families for whom, according to Bernardo's, forced removal has devastating impacts on mental and physical health and will blight the development and futures of these children. My Lords, finally a word about deterrence, which is presented as the treaty's overarching objective in Article 2. In response to a recent written question asking what evidence there is of a deterrence effect, the Minister replied, "We set out the evidence covering this in the published impact assessment for the Illegal Migration Act." Well, my Lords, veterans of the passage of that Act may remember that the impact assessment said that, and I quote, "The academic consensus is that there is little or no evidence suggesting changes in a destination country's policies have an impact on deterring people from travelling without valid permission, whether in search of refuge or for other reasons." Refugee Council research supports that conclusion. Moreover, it suggests that rather than being deterred from travelling, asylum seekers will take even more dangerous journeys to reach the UK, and once here will be more likely to go underground, as have apparently already nearly 6,000 asylum seekers. The expert organisations the Refugee Council contacted believe that this will increase rather than remove the power of traffickers and others out to exploit desperate asylum seekers. Journalists from The Times and The Eye who spoke to asylum seekers in Calais were told that they would not be deterred by the threat of removal to Rwanda. The Refugee Council research also found a consensus among organisations that the scheme and the state of perpetual limbo it would create for so many would have a very detrimental impact on the mental health of those seeking asylum. This is also emphasised in briefings from the BMA, Médecins Sans Frontières and Doctors of the World. They cite existing evidence of the detrimental effect on mental health of the prospect of removal to Rwanda, where they fear the healthcare will be inadequate because of a critical shortage of skilled health workers. We are talking here about extremely vulnerable people who have already often suffered trauma and even torture. The latest report of the Independent Monitoring Board expressed concern about the deep anxiety, distress, and the increase in self-harm observed during the period when men were being detained for removal to Rwanda. And on this point, can the Minister explain why, according to the I newspaper, the first 47 asylum seekers selected for relocation to Rwanda more than 18 months ago are still being kept in limbo, given that the rules state applications deemed inadmissible should be considered if relocation is unlikely within a reasonable period of time. My Lords, in his oral evidence to the committee, the Home Secretary conceded that none of us has an interest in rushing the fence and getting it wrong, and that if elements of the treaty are not in place, obviously we will not be able to rely on the treaty for the purposes of the asylum process. While he expressed confidence that the elements of the treaty will be in place, his confidence is not shared by a wide range of experts nor by the International Agreements Committee. I therefore believe it would be irresponsible of us to call for the ratification of the treaty now, and I hope that your lordships will support the second cross-party motion in the name of my noble and learned friend, Lord Goldsmith.
My Lords, the uk-Rwanda agreement on an asylum partnership, which the House is debating today, will not, I suspect, rank high in the ratings of Britain's diplomatic history. Why not? Because it is costly, with so far no evident benefit, because it transgresses a whole range of our international commitments and obligations, those in the Refugee Convention, those in the Rights of the Child Convention, those in the Convention Against Torture, and potentially too in the European Convention on Human Rights. You cannot hope to be a credible champion of the rules-based international order, as the government, rightly in my view, aspires to be, and at the same time pick and choose which of those rules you yourself will continue to honour and which you will not. Because, also, I would add, because it upends our constitutional order separating the powers of the legislature, the executive and the judiciary by setting aside the Supreme Court's ruling that Rwanda is not a safe country to which to send refugees. And that, as other speakers have said, when it is reported that we have been admitting some Rwandan asylum seekers, presumably on the grounds that it is not a safe country for them. Fortunately, we have at our disposal the excellent, concise and relevant report on the Rwanda Agreement by this House's International Agreements Committee, in spite of the absurdly short time limits laid down by the government for the committee to do its work, which has inhibited the committee's ability to gather evidence and to consider the government's own tardy replies to their inquiries. Perhaps the noble Lord the Minister could tell us whether there is any other properly democratic country which provides as little time and as little scope for its apparently sovereign legislature to consider international treaties and agreements before they are ratified. That is a point that the noble Lord Howell made, and I strongly endorse it. And if there is no such country that has as short a timescale and as little scope as we do, then surely it is essential that the government in future provides more time and more scope. But the problems with this agreement don't stop there. Today's debate, and here I would differ from the suggestion by a previous noble lord that those who are moving the second resolution are putting the cart before the horse. I would suggest that today's debate puts the cart quite firmly, quite squarely before the horse, because this is the last pre-ratification parliamentary process on this agreement. Once that is over, there is nothing to stop the government ratifying the next day, if that's what it decides to do. And yet, the obligations on both sides, which are set out in the agreement, these obligations require primary legislation, which is not yet complete. In the case of Rwanda, I gather it has not yet even been begun. And in the case of Rwanda, it requires putting in hand and carrying out a whole range of remedial training and institutional changes needed if the problems identified by our own Supreme Court, which rendered Rwanda an unsafe country to which to send asylum seekers, are to be remedied. These are extremely serious lacunas, without the filling of which there can be no certainty that Rwanda has indeed become a safe place to which asylum seekers can be sent. Indeed, it must surely be doubtful whether, until the government are sure these lacunas have been remedied, it is even legal for our authorities to compel asylum seekers, however they may have arrived here, to go to Rwanda. And perhaps the noble Lord the Minister would comment on that last point. The committee's report sets out 10 steps which it believes will need to have been completed before the problems identified by the Supreme Court are remedied. Could the noble Lord the Minister be so kind as to tell the House whether the government concurs with that analysis and concurs with that list? And if so, what plan and what timetable exists for them to be implemented? And whether the government accepts that that process needs to have been, I quote, put in place and embedded, those are the committee's words, before any process of ratification is completed. The answers the noble Lord the Minister gives to these questions will clearly affect the conclusion to be reached by this House at the end of this debate. In the committee's view, which I find compelling, there would then need to be a further debate before the UK proceeds to ratification. That must surely be the right way to proceed in the present circumstances and will, I hope, be the conclusion we reach today. If not, it will make a mockery of the sovereignty of Parliament, which the government frequently calls upon us and the courts to recognise and to respect.
My Lords, as a member of the relevant committee, about which many compliments have been paid, particularly to the Chair and the staff, I rise to support the two motions in the name of our Chair, the noble Lord Goldsmith. I'd like, first of all, to make a point that I'm not sure anyone has made, which is the dilemma which the government is faced by this. Because, of course, if we go back to the beginning, the whole reason for the proposals to send people to Rwanda was because it was going to be such a hellhole that nobody would want to get on a boat if they thought they were going to go to Rwanda. But of course, the dilemma that the government now faces is because of the Supreme Court, they have to demonstrate what a wonderful, safe place Rwanda is. And I do wonder whether that might just be a moment for them to reflect on the purpose of their policy. I mean, recent events go either way. I mean, first of all, as noble lords have indicated, 6 people from Rwanda have had to be granted asylum here. I don't know why. I don't know whether anybody does know why. But that may, if that's the case, somewhat help the deterrent argument, the hellhole argument. Conversely, Rwanda Air, for the first time last week, commenced non-stop flights between Kigali and Heathrow. Again, which way that goes, whether that's in preparation for taking people, who knows? And which way that goes on the argument of deterrence or safety, again, I'm not sure. But it does seem to me and to many of us, this is a classic case of 2 and 2 adding up to make 5. It seems to me there are a couple of peculiarities of the Rwanda Treaty which noble lords have touched on. The first of the noble Lord Kerr indicated, the rhetoric of the government in defence of their policy and of the treaty has been that a number of other countries have done and are doing the same. Italy is quoted vis-à-vis their current negotiations, and of course in the Tory party the highlight would be Mr Abbott winning the election in Australia all those years ago on the basis of processing migrants in Papua New Guinea and I think also Nauru. But of course, as the noble Lord Kerr indicated, there was a fundamental difference in that they were being processed by Australians as to whether they were given Australian asylum in the Australian country. That is not the case with this treaty. Anybody who is sent to Rwanda and is granted asylum there can only, as we know, can only be kept in Rwanda, but certainly can't come back to the UK except in exceptional circumstances. The second point, which I won't want to labour, but a number of people going back to Baroness Chakrabarty have touched on, is there seems to be a strange interplay in this treaty between the asylum rules and the refugee rules. And I'm not quite sure exactly how that plays out, but it is a complication. Now, the government policy says, and the evidence they gave to us, that the new treaty contains significant new protections to meet the Supreme Court objections. A number of noble lords have mentioned them, but the government have listed the new protections. Firstly, a new system for processing asylum claims with new institutional structures and a provision for free legal advice. Secondly, the establishment of a first instance body to hear claims, as well as a new appeals body with judges from a mix of nationalities. Thirdly, an independent monitoring committee needs to be set up, bolstered by a support team. And most particularly, new domestic legislation will be required in Rwanda to implement the new system. So, as noble lords have indicated, and as our report indicates, a large number of actions are now required. A new asylum law, a process for making complaints to a monitoring committee, the recruitment of the monitoring committee support team, independent of the establishment and hiring of independent advisory experts, the establishment and appointment of co-presidents of the appeals body and other international judges, training for the new appointees, and the availability and recruitment of legal advisors and interpreters. All of this, as noble lords have said, and as our report indicates, take time, and in the committee's view, should be established before ratification. Now, noble lords who are hesitant about voting for the second one of the noble Lord Goldsmith's motion should accept that this is not about the treaty, this is not about the legislation which has caused such rows within the Tory party. This is the treaty, and I would remind noble lords that none of the 4 Tory members, including the noble Lord Howell, who is in his place, dissented from this recommendation. This is a unanimous recommendation, including the 4 Tories. Now, and we're all aware through the publicity how the Tory party in another place has been tearing themselves apart over this issue, but it's the bill they've been tearing themselves apart over, not the treaty. And I think noble lords really need to take that on board. My lords, I do believe that in any rational world, this would not happen. Lord Goldsmith's recommendation would be followed in a rational world. And I do wonder if it can only be the absolute determination of the government to have flights started to Rwanda before an election, and that is what is stopping this. I should add that I don't think our recommendation in any way implies a criticism of Rwanda, who I think we all accept have been acting in good faith. They're a perfectly respectable member of the Commonwealth, and I think they do seriously wish to implement the desired protections. The noble Lord, my noble friend Lord Purvis, has referred to the best part of £400 million we have committed to this project. I did note that in Davos, President Kagame did indicate that if no boats were sent there, no migrants were sent there from the boats, we could have the money back. I suspect we'll be asking him for it.
My Lords, it's a pleasure to follow the wonderfully clear and blunt speech of the noble Lord, Lord Razzle. And I rise acutely aware of the quality and depth of knowledge already contributed in this debate and of the desire of the House to get to the vote on the important issue before us. So I'll aim to not detain the House for too long. But I do think there are some points from the debate thus far that are worth stressing. As many speakers have noted, we are not here debating the infamous Rwanda bill. That pleasure is to come. And it's no secret that the Green Party is absolutely opposed to the Rwanda bill and that we will be doing everything we possibly can to stop it. As Baroness Chakrabarti noted, the will of the people is diverse, not singular, and many people are joining with us by signing the Green Party petition against the bill to express the concordance of their feelings with ours. But that is not what we are talking about today. We are examining, scrutinising, the viability, the practicality, the deliverability of the safe and legal offloading, to borrow the term of the noble Lord Kerr of Kinlochard that sums up the position so well, the offloading of Britain's responsibility for providing care and refuge for some of the most vulnerable people on the planet to Rwanda. Now, one interesting measure worth considering here is the economic. Rwanda has an annual GDP of $1,000 per person. The UK has a figure approaching 50 times that. Yet we are, with significant financial payments admittedly, transferring permanently the responsibility for these refugees to Rwanda. Is it really well enough resourced, well enough organised and structured, a country that only 20 years ago was racked by genocidal conflict, to cope? Can it live up to its promises, the promises given by the President? That is one of the questions that Your Lordship's International Agreements Committee says, the cross-party committee that it is, can only be answered after a period of time. And it is worth stressing again that the noble Lord Goldsmith, who so clearly introduced our debate today, was not speaking as a Labour Lord, but as the representative of a highly respected committee of Your Lordship's House. Now, Lord Goldsmith acknowledged that this was an unprecedented Section 20 motion. But, my Lords, can you think of a better single word to describe the terms in which we live now than unprecedented? As Baroness Chakrabarti said, the Supreme Court has made a judgment of fact that the government is now seeking to overturn with the power of the executive. Now, the UK has an unwritten, or if you prefer, uncodified constitution, in comparison to many other countries which have human rights and rule of laws written into their constitution. We are reliant to maintain those on the actions of the historical moment. Now, those who seek to speak in favour of our current constitutional arrangements, well, here today is a chance to prove, by voting for both of these motions, to prove that the current arrangements can defend basic rights and legal principles, and can defend government based on fact. Back in 2004, in the United States, politics being reality-based was mocked by an official of the Bush administration, and something that's been repeated by that side of politics very often since. But many from my side of politics have chosen to take that as a badge of honour. Yes, I proudly claim I am reality-based. Now, as paragraph 8 of the International Agreement Committee report notes, The Supreme Court, quote, considered that on the facts Rwanda was not a safe country, close quote. As Professor Tim Hickman, KC, told the committee, recorded in paragraph 16, the Rwandan government does not have the practical ability to fulfil its assurances. My Lords, your Lordships today will be making a judgment not on party politics, but a judgment on whether the actions of the British state should be based on facts. Is this a reality-based House? The Green Party will be supporting both of these motions, and I'd urge every member of your Lordship's House to do the same.
My Lords, the whole House is greatly in the debt of the noble and learned Lord Goldsmith, for giving us the opportunity today to debate the Rwanda Agreement, to consider the nature of our international obligations, and to make the judgment that the noble Baroness Lady Bennet just referred to on whether Rwanda is a safe place in which we are able to send asylum seekers to. I serve along with the noble Lord Delakia and the noble Baroness Lady Lawrence, who are in their places, as one of 6 members of your Lordship's House on the 12-member strong Joint Committee on Human Rights under the admirable chairmanship of the Edinburgh Member of Parliament, Joanna Cherry, MP. And I note another of our members, Baroness Kennedy of the Shores, is also in your Lordship's chamber. We were in session again last Wednesday, taking evidence from the Refugee Council, from Justice, the Immigration Law Practitioners Association, Chatham House, Migration Watch, and Professors Sarah Singer and Tom Hickman KC. Among others, on Wednesday of this week, we'll hear from Lord Sumption and indeed from the noble Lord Sandhurst KC, who spoke earlier in our debate. My Lords, it's the job of Parliament to hear different views and to carefully assess the arguments. And too often, as my noble friend Lord Hannay has indicated earlier, we put the cart before the horse. We don't do it. It isn't good governance. And too often we pass legislation in haste and we repent at leisure. And this treaty before us, but also the bill that will come, and also the one that we have already considered in 2023, the Illegal Migration Act, are all examples of that. In the 5,000-word report that the JCHR produced on that Act, we said this bill breaches a number of the UK's international human rights obligations and risks breaching others. We went on to say that this gives us considerable cause for concern. And we said the government is rightly concerned about the loss of life in the Channel, and so are we, echoing the point that the noble Lord Howell of Guildford, of course, made trenchantly in his speech. The loss of life and the scale of the migration crisis is such that politicians of all persuasions must respond to the widespread concern and anger at the failure to tackle the crisis, both here and in other jurisdictions. But it doesn't do the process any good when we are seen to stampede things through both houses. And, my Lords, I would simply note that when the Joint Committee asked the then Home Secretary, Suella Braverman, to appear before us to justify the measures that were in the previous bill, she declined to do so. I do not believe that is the way that Parliament should be treated. I don't think it does anything for public confidence in our processes. The government rightly insists that the criminal mafia-like gangs who make their fortunes by preying on the desperation and misery of the vulnerable must be hunted down and jailed, and I agree. And I also commend and agree with the government that they've achieved a great deal in their bilateral agreement with Albania and the progress made towards a pan-European initiative at the European Political Community Summit of 47 European leaders in Grenada last October. But, my Lord, perhaps the Minister will tell us, is it really the case that the EPC will not meet again until June? My Lords, this requires urgent international strategy and urgent decisions. Our Joint Committee on Human Rights report was insistent that the global crisis of displacement, and the UNHCR now puts that number at 110 million people, meant that, and I quote from our report, given the sheer scale of this global crisis, it cannot be solved by one country alone. And recall, my Lords, that 8 out of 10 refugees, many millions, end up in neighbouring countries, not in the United Kingdom, So there are plenty of other countries who need to join an international alliance and promote an international strategy. 2 years ago, on January the 6th, 2022, on behalf of my noble friends on the crossbenches, I moved a motion which noted, I quote, that 82.4 million people are displaced worldwide, 42% of whom are children, and 32% of whom are refugees, and two, the case for an urgent international response to address the root causes of mass displacement. That was 2 years ago, 82 million, and the number is now 110 million, and that number, my lords, will go on rising. Unless we tackle the fundamental reasons for displacement, the tsunami of desperate people will continue to be washed up on Europe's shores and indeed its seabeds. 9 months since I chaired an inquiry into the situation in Sudan, we've seen 7 million people in Sudan alone who have been displaced. In Darfur, 500,000 people now in Chad, just over the recent weeks. Add to that the numbers from Tigray, or from Eritrea, a tiny country, and yet 500,000 people are now displaced from that country, escaping the cruel conditions that prevail there. The JCHR was told last week, and I quote, that unless there is a collective global effort to create stability through conflict resolution and the promotion of rights in those countries, the number of refugees from those specific countries is unlikely to decrease. It was Winston Churchill who promoted so much that we now take for granted, including the European Convention on Human Rights. He rightly believed that such international architecture, based on the rule of law, democracy, human rights, security, and economic recovery, represented our best hope for the future. Which brings us directly to the noble and learned Lord's motion and what Parliament is being asked to agree. As we have been reminded, it was the unanimous decision of the Supreme Court in November, based on the identification of a number of concerns about Rwanda, including poor compliance with its international obligations, poor understanding of the Refugee Convention, and a poor human rights record, which led to the International Agreements Committee producing the report that we've been considering. And of course that report actually says this: the Rwandan government does not possess the practical ability to fulfil its assurances to the UK government, at least in the short term. That is not something that can be fixed by entering a binding treatment alone. And to confirm that, last week the JCHR heard evidence of the inadequate in-country access to legal remedies in Rwanda, a lack of independence of the judiciary and legal representatives, and a bad track record in complying with other international agreements. And then let me turn finally to the issue and central issue of safety. Once again, we have the Home Secretary unable to give a Section 19(1)(b) statement on the face of the bill to affirm that the compliance of the bill that's coming before us next week is present, which can only presumably mean that they don't regard Rwanda to be a safe destination. Witnesses to the JCHR last week put it to us that if the government was confident about the safety of reform, they wouldn't be afraid of independent judicial oversight. The question today is simply whether we can honestly say that Rwanda is a safe country, and it was put to the JCHR that this also engages the separation of powers between judiciary and parliament, a point which was made by the noble and learned Lord Goldsmith earlier. Professor Singer said this: to contradict the Supreme Court in this way is perhaps not showing the respect to the court that should be owed as a constitutional principle. Furthermore, the legislation prohibits the UK courts from reopening and considering the question of whether Rwanda is safe. The JCHR was left in no doubt that if this bill is rushed through the courts, will once again be asked to decide whether Rwanda is safe and whether circumstances have changed. And guess what? If the verdict is that Rwanda is still not safe, the law will have to be changed yet again. And meanwhile, the government of Rwanda itself has said they wouldn't want, as the noble Lord Razzle reminded us, they wouldn't want to implement a scheme said to be contrary to international law. In considering the issue of safety, the House will want to take into account the new analysis of the UNHCR published last week, in which it once again insisted that Rwanda is not a safe country, a point which was made by the Noble Baroness Lady Lister. That says this. It includes the following. As of January 2024, UNHCR has not observed changes in the practice of asylum adjudication that would overcome the concerns set out in its 2022 analysis and in the detailed evidence presented to the Supreme Court. At a minimum, my lords, the government needs to tell us what has changed on the ground in Rwanda since the Supreme Court decision. What evidence does it have, for instance, in regard to political oppression or to LGBT people? What examination has the government made of the reasons why Burundi has closed its borders with Rwanda and that country's links, Rwanda's links with the M23 militias in the eastern DRC? What analysis has been made of that? And what is its response to the 2023 Human Rights Watch report that commentators, journalists, opposition activists and others speaking out on current affairs and criticising public policies in Rwanda continue to face abusive prosecutions, enforced disappearances and have at times died under unexplained circumstances? Now, like others, my lords, I visited Rwanda, in my case in the aftermath of the genocide, and saw terrible mass graves. Huge strides have been made to recover from the deaths of between 500,000 and 800,000 people, as my noble friend Lord Carr reminded us earlier on. But it's deceptive to describe Rwanda as a safe country for refoulement, and it's passing strange that we have 5 alleged genocidaires living in the UK that we've not sent back to Rwanda for fear that they would be at real risk of not receiving a fair trial if they were returned there. The primary issue in those extradition proceedings was whether they are at real risk of a flagrant denial of justice if returned to Rwanda. They expressed fears that they would be tortured and executed. When the cases came back in 2015 and 17 to the courts, this is what Lord Justice Irwin and Mr Justice Foskett said in their comment. Our concerns focus on the political pressures on the judicial system, the independence of the judges, the difficulties and fears of witnesses, and particularly the capacity of defendants of allegations of genocide to obtain and present evidence and be adequately represented in their defence. My lords, we should think very carefully before stampeding through treaties, agreements, or indeed next week new legislation. I don't believe that public concerns about migration will be assuaged by offloading, as my noble friend Lord Carr said earlier on, offloading our responsibility. It would clearly allay many public concerns if we were more efficient in dealing with applications, more swiftly and sorting out the genuine from the false. But instead of this, we're told we must make a Faustian pact and trade our commitment to international law and the safety of asylum seekers in return for measures that even their supporters say will not work. For all those reasons, my lord, I will vote for both of the motions that the noble and learned Lord has placed before the House tonight, and I hope the rest of the House will too.
My Lords, I'm reminded of a saying of John Major's, if in a hole, stop digging. I will be supporting the government tonight. I'm not sure that this is the solution to the problem that we have before us. There's a big contradiction, isn't there? We hear about vulnerable immigrants in Calais, but we also hear about migrants who've spent thousands of dollars to get there. Now, the prospect of a trip to Rwanda is not going to put them off from getting a boat across the channel. So let's regard that as a starter. Secondly, let's look at what is Rwanda actually up to. They're very anxious to get into the Commonwealth, virtually the only Commonwealth country that we haven't managed to colonise, but we let them in. Now, I see the Rwanda business as being rather like putting old people into private equity homes. You know, Rwanda has spotted that there might be an opportunity for making quite a bit of money out of the West, and in particular out of the United Kingdom, and so they've signed up to this. But we can well ask, are they a safe country? Is anywhere in Africa particularly safe? I can't think of any country in Africa that I would wish to go and live in. But maybe it is safe, we don't know. But that is not the case. The fact of the matter is that even if it's declared safe, we're going to get, what, 200-300 people there out of thousands who are coming to Britain? So I think we need to look at this more widely, as one or two noble lords have mentioned. We need to realise that the whole international migration system has got out of hand. It's not a case of whether or not people are any more vulnerable. It's a case of the fact that in modern technology, they can look at their iPads and work out that this would be a much better place to live than where many of them are at the moment. And that's why there are smuggling gangs, because they are catering to the market. It's as simple as that. They set up in business, what shall I do? Shall I run a bike repair shop? Shall I sell chapatis on the corner of the street? Oh no, I think I could make a lot more if I got a smuggling operation together, and that is what is happening. And if we're going to cure it, we've got to do it as a European entity. I noticed today that Prime Minister Meloni in Italy has gone to see President Erdogan in Turkey to talk about migration. But it's no good just talking about migration between one Prime Minister and a President. This has got to be a European step forward. And we've got to start off by rebuilding the countries of the Middle East that we smashed to pieces. We caused Libya to be a failed state. We were the people who went into Iraq on very, very dubious circumstances. We were the people who I was assured by the Foreign Secretary, but about 8, we had to get rid of Bashir al-Assad. Even though he was running a country, it was certainly authoritarian, but it was pretty peaceful, you know. And what do? We bombed it to bits. So the first thing we have to do is get prosperity back, and the second thing is to get agreements at a European level on a much wider basis. That is the solution. I have read the report. I think it's a very good report. I'm not going to vote for it because I'm going to support the government in its attempts, which probably won't work, to deal with this problem. But what I will say is this, that we have to decide, do we wish these efforts well or do we wish them ill? We seldom talk about the famed people of Britain, but I can tell you, in Cambridge, where I live, there is no big queue of people saying, oh, can we have a few more boats? Can we have an asylum centre in Cambridge? It's just not there. So come to terms with reality. These are my final words. In a democracy, the difference between this and another system is that in a democracy, the people vote and they're entitled to have their votes translated into action. There is absolutely no doubt in my mind that the people want illegal migration to stop. The job of the government is to do that.
I thank the noble Lord Goldsmith, for moving these two motions to allow your Lordship's House to consider the Rwanda Treaty before we have to consider the Rwanda Bill. The treaty and the bill, as noble lords have said, is consequential on the Supreme Court judgment that Rwanda cannot be assumed to be a safe place. My lords, this is, as the noble Lord Goldsmith indicated, an exceptional report. Its findings are very grave indeed. And my lords, next week we will be asked in the Rwanda Bill to accept that Rwanda is a safe place, despite the fact that the evidence does not exist, as the noble Lord Alton just graphically illustrated. And the Home Secretary has said that on the face of this bill, he's unable to make the statement that the bill is compliant with the Human Rights Act. That in itself should cause your Lordship's alarm. We have obligations, not only under the Human Rights Act, but also under international legal instruments. And this isn't the first occasion on which this government has produced legislation which is not compatible with our international and domestic legal obligations. I think of the Legacy Act, currently being challenged in the High Court in Northern Ireland. Actions such as the introduction of the Rwanda Bill proposed by the government, which relies on a treaty which it has only just signed and which provides for a very complex structure of mechanisms to make it work at all, which will require identification of personnel, accommodation, IT systems, training, new asylum law, and many other processes, none of which exist at the present time. The introduction of a bill like this does further grave damage to the United Kingdom's international reputation. What is so stark on reading the report of the International Agreements Committee is the manifest lack of ability, capacity and preparedness to make the provisions of the treaty operational in the near future, in addition to its other deficiencies. My Lords, that there is a problem of uncontrolled, unlawful migration cannot be denied. However, the response of the government over the past years has been generally to reduce the number of staff employed to deal with asylum matters and the general resources provided for these matters, and above all, the failure, as the noble Lord Alton said, to devise a workable human rights compliant strategy to resettle displaced people, and more importantly, to work internationally to create levels of peace and prosperity in the countries from which so many of these migrants come. Yet, my Lords, we granted over 500,000 asylum applications this year. That's 70% of the total number of applications. In contrast, some 25,000 illegal immigrants arrived in small boats last year. In future, we're planning to send such people out to Rwanda before their asylum status has been determined, if they enter through what they are called dangerous, illegal and unnecessary methods. And my Lords, already this year, 614 people are reported to have arrived in 15 boats. That's about 40 people in a boat. Their status is then to be determined in Rwanda, and there's an agreement that they won't be deported by Rwanda unless the UK asks for them to be sent back to the UK. However, there is evidence that Rwanda has deported people who arrived there under comparable arrangements to Uganda. Moreover, if they're not granted refugee status in Rwanda, their future will be very bleak indeed. It will not really be possible under the proposed processes to track and monitor what happens to them. The proposals for tracking and monitoring are very limited, they're time limited, and they're currently an aspiration rather than a reality. I think in a very unstructured and knee-jerk kind of way, we're attempting to limit the number of people coming to our shores. And in so doing, we have spent hundreds of millions of pounds. We have paid many millions of pounds to France. I think £500 million over the 3 years ending in 26. Yet those seeking to come unlawfully to the UK are still able to set off from France with an average of 40 people in the standard inflatable, and many of those inflatables have come under significant pressure and people have died as a consequence. My Lords, getting 40 people into an inflatable and setting it on course for England will not be achieved speedily. It must be possible for the French to do more in return for the money which we have given them, through the use of drones or helicopters, allowing for intervention on French soil. A positive and proactive French response in this context would undoubtedly have a deterrent effect. Moreover, we are spending millions in policing the channel because we no longer have the coastal vessels necessary for these channel operations because their replacement was delayed by the government. So now we're hiring private vessels. to do the work at a cost of £36 million in a year. Work to replace these vessels will not start for another 2 years and is not expected to be completed before 2028. So we're going to spend another £200 million picking people out of the channel. And that is in addition to the money we're spending each day in accommodating people and providing necessary resources for their processing appeals, etc. My Lords, the solutions proposed in this treaty, even if they were acceptable in human rights terms, and there's no evidence that they are so acceptable, have yet to be realised in any degree. The committee has identified very significant matters which require to be addressed before the UK can have any confidence that the structures will actually work and that Rwanda will be a safe place for migrants to be processed, and that the UK can be satisfied that migrants wouldn't simply be deported to third countries in breach of the requirements of the treaty. Can the noble Lord the Minister explain how, if the UK has such difficulty in providing accommodation, education, healthcare and all the other services which are necessary, how can the UK expect that Rwanda will be able to do so? And most particularly, to echo the comments of the noble Baroness Lister and the noble Lord Alton, how can he assure the House that children and vulnerable adults will be kept safe under these arrangements? My Lords, the committee has said the government has presented the Rwanda Treaty to Parliament as an answer to the Supreme Court judgment and has asked Parliament on the basis of the treaty to declare that Rwanda is a safe country. While the treaty might in time provide the basis for such an assessment if it's rigorously implemented, as things stand, the arrangements for it provides are incomplete. A significant number of further legal and practical steps are required under the treaty, and they give as examples the new asylum law which is required, a system for ensuring that a refoulement doesn't take place, a process for submitting individual complaints to the monitoring committee, which has yet to get its support people, the appointment of independent experts to advise the asylum first instance and appeals bodies, the appointment of co-presidents of the appeals bodies, the appointment of international judges, training for the international judges in Rwandan law and practice, training for Rwandan officials in dealing with asylum applicants, and steps to ensure a sufficient number of trained legal advisors and interpreters are available. Can the noble Lord the Minister tell the House what the timetable for the creation and establishment of all these structures is and when they will be delivered in a way which will enable the House to have confidence that people who are sent to Rwanda will be safe? And my Lords, even after all that work has been done, there will have to be further work to ensure that what has been established actually works. My Lords, your Lordships have heard repeatedly that there's no evidence that Rwanda is currently a safe place. The structures provided in this treaty are quite simply not operational at present and not capable of being operational. For that reason, I will vote to support the motion that the government should not ratify the treaty until the protections it provides have been fully implemented.
My Lords, I am grateful to the noble Lord Goldsmith and members of the International Agreements Committee for their report on the UK-Rwanda agreement. It's a as other noble lords have pointed out, it's a model of clarity, precision and informative analysis, as was the noble Lord's elegant summary today. Lord Goldsmith, Lord Kerr both brought us through the steps proposed in the treaty and those still needed to make Rwanda a safe country. They concluded that so far those steps, and noble lords, I won't go through all the steps to which they referred, but the steps have not been put in place yet, as noble lords have pointed out across the House, and we do not know whether they will be put in place and how effectively they will. I think, my lords, the question is a fair one that has been put. It's whether the guarantees proposed by the government to be agreed in international law under the treaty, which involve legal and practical steps and reassurances on compliance, are sufficient to allow Parliament to judge whether Rwanda is safe. Is saying something is the case, or committing to measures which may make it so, proof that it is so? And I would ask, will it reassure the courts? The committee does not think it should reassure Parliament, and nor, in my view, is it likely the courts will judge it so. My Lords, the committee's report, arising as it does from the decision of the Supreme Court and dealing with the government's response to that decision, is on the face of it unanswerable. I sympathise with the courts who interpret the law. I sympathise with the committee, which, following the Supreme Court judgments, asks whether the treaty will do the job the government says it does, that is, to reassure Parliament Rwanda is safe. Whether the treaty succeeds ultimately and works will be for the courts to decide. But if a successful challenge is brought against removal to Rwanda, that answer will be no. For as long as the UK is bound by the current provisions of international laws relating to asylum and refugees, it will not be able to satisfy the obligations. No country can. Such international treaties protecting human rights, asylum and refugee claims of people from jurisdictions other than our own seem to command priority over the concerns of people in this country. Moreover, ever more complex arrangements seem to be put in place to promote and safeguard such claims, often at the expense of those voters in this country. We are told, including by some noble lords in this House, and I refer to Lord Haney's excellent speech, that this, were we to deviate in any way from, I think the suggestion was, were we to deviate in any way from international law, this would cast doubt on Britain's standing amongst other countries party to the law. Well, I don't think we will be out of step with our neighbours. In France and Italy, in Germany, they face the same problem. Each of those neighbours is a G7 country. Each has seen an explosion of those arriving within their borders to seek asylum. They are generous countries, as is Britain, and its people, to asylum seekers. But from Germany, which has taken quite a number of asylum seekers, in the words of the left coalition, they are, and I won't say it in German, full up. We are living in a make-believe world in which Parliament and the courts seem to be at loggerheads, in practice, if not in principle. We claim the centrality of the separation of constitutional powers. Indeed, many noble lords have referred to it, and the committee's reports refers to it in its own paragraph 13. But no longer can I see that the courts, in doing the work that they do, which given the law they must do, can protect this country from what seems to many people to be arbitrary power. For whether we like it or not, international laws made, changed, interpreted, and imposed, even if under a treaty to which we are a signatory, the consequences of which the majority of people have continued to make clear democratically through the ballot box and through opinion polling they do not want, are arbitrary and should not be retained. I suspect many lords will warn the government against proceeding with the Rwanda bill linked to this treaty, and some will support Lord Goldsmith's second motion. I will certainly support the first, but not the second. If it does the trick to reassure first Parliament, and indeed ultimately the courts, well and good. but given the exceptional ability, ingenuity and inventiveness of those engaged in advising asylum claimants, it will not be long before a successful challenge is brought. Can my noble friend, the Minister, ask the Government to prepare and publish the necessary measures to prepare for that eventuality to seal the challenge? For whether we like it or not, and whether the Government likes it or not, we are seeing a constitutional crisis in the making, one in which the will of people, through their MPs, to have a say in the laws under which they are governed, the kind of country they live in, the taxes they pay, the opportunities they have, that will is flouted because their Parliament is powerless. The constitutional protection of the courts, the traditional role of the courts to protect freedoms, appears to them to have been turned on its head. Given its international obligations, the UK cannot control who comes in and who goes out, for that depends not on Parliament or the will of the people, but on what seems to them to be distant law made for a far-off time, for a different world.
My Lords, this is a significant debate, and it includes a very serious motion, the first of its kind, as we've heard, and it is absolutely right that it is in front of us today. I'm still on the committee, but at the time I was chair of the International Agreements Committee, the agreement with Rwanda was merely a memorandum of understanding, not a treaty. And we were rightly critical of that motion, of that method, exactly because it bypassed the CRAG Act and therefore did not have to be approved by, or indeed even debated by, Parliament. As we've heard, the 2010 Act specifically gives this House the right, I would say the duty, to recommend against the ratification of a treaty if it judges that that is appropriate, albeit the actual decision, quite rightly, rests with the elected House. But it is part of our role to make recommendations both to government and to the Commons. And for the first time, the International Agreements Committee has concluded that the treaty should not be ratified until its various provisions and new bodies are demonstratively in place. The relevant lawyers and judges appointed, the committees are ready to act, and other requirements have met. And I would say to the noble Lord, Lord Sandhurst, yes, the wording in the treaty, its aspirations may well be sufficient to satisfy the Supreme Court and its concerns. But we need to see those words become reality before the treaty is ratified. As Lord Anderson says, ratification now, before implementation of the safeguards, could mean planes next day, before the safeguards are in place, and before the Supreme Court, if it was allowed to opine, which it will not be because of the clause, if it was allowed to opine, before the Supreme Court could say, yes, that is now a safe destination. Parliament needs to ratify and to agree to ratify the treaty before it becomes operational, as indeed must Rwanda itself. The treaty, as opposed to the bill, deals with what Rwanda will do in order to answer the Supreme Court's concerns, so that it can take responsibility for assessing asylum seekers and caring for them, both before and after any decision is made. There are many who have argued and will argue that under international law, the UK should never hand over responsibility for those who seek asylum here. Because, as we've heard, it's not simply to process them, but if they're judged eligible, to award them asylum in Rwanda rather than in the UK. As the Noble Lord, Lord Razzle and the Noble Lord, Lord Kerr have said, we're not offshoring consideration, we are offloading responsibility. Now, I'm not going to enter the debate about whether the whole process of Rwanda is right or wrong. As with the International Agreement report, and along with the many of the Noble Lords who have spoken, I want to focus on whether the treaty answers the concerns raised by our own domestic court, our highest court in the land, the Supreme Court, not some foreign court, as others seem to think. It was the Supreme Court that judged that Rwanda was not a safe place to send asylum seekers, and therefore rendering of refugees there would be unlawful. It questioned whether Rwanda's domestic procedures, its own rules, asylum processes and personnel were up to handling migrants in accordance with our domestic as well as international law. As the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Gloucester, says, that in fact the government is doing by this treaty and by the bill, it's substituting its own opinion on a matter of fact for that of the highest court of our land. Indeed, I think, if I read her correctly, she's challenging the government to go back there and ask for the court's opinion. Now, there's no doubt, as many others have said, that Rwanda wants to meet the expected standards. And in the treaty, it has undertaken to provide the law, the skills, the training, the monitoring, and so forth that we would expect. And I do not doubt their bona fides in this regard. But surely our government and Parliament needs assurances that all those protections and provisions are actually in place before we ratify a treaty. A treaty by which people landing on our shores after difficult, trying, dangerous journeys, and as Baroness Lister says, possibly trauma in their home country, can be sent 4,000 miles away to a continent they may not know, and in the process lose all rights to claim asylum in the UK. The International Agreements Committee has not said the treaty should never be ratified. It has judged that the treaty should not be ratified until Parliament is satisfied that the protections it provides have been fully implemented by Rwanda and the safeguards which many noble lords have enumerated are actually in place. And we use the word Parliament. It is essential that the Commons should be able to decide whether the treaty should be ratified. I agree again now with the noble Lord Sandhurst. It is a matter for them. But for them to be able to take that decision, government has to provide time in the Commons for a debate and a vote. And the Commons' own Home Affairs Committee has argued for that, so that the elected House can record its view as to whether the treaty should be ratified at this point. It seems particularly inappropriate, given that the 2010 Act specifically allows for a Commons vote, that the government is not obliged to provide time for this in the Commons. Our usual channels are rather more facilitating. Indeed, the government will be entitled to ratify the treaty once it's been laid for 21 days, i.e. on the 31st of January. Now, I wasn't here in 2010, but some of the noble lords here today were. And I'm absolutely certain that when that 2010 Act went through, allowing for the House of Commons to take a view on ratification, it never envisaged that that was a theoretical right and would depend on the government giving time in the Commons for such a vote. It was in the wash-up, so I assume there was a bit of oversight at that moment. So the 2010 Act is not fit for purpose. And today, in fact, is the first test of one of its clauses, allowing us to at least give our opinion on the matter. But it remains the case that the Commons can anyway only defer, not decline ratification, and that would only be for 21 days. We are not talking about this being for months on end. But as we've seen, both with Australia and possibly now also with this one, Given that there's no requirement on the government to make a Commons time available for a debate and vote, it is effectively shutting off the one power given to the Commons in the Act. Today, however, our decision is a simple one. We have been given the right to have this debate today, and we have, through the noble and learned Lord, Lord Goldsmith, got the opportunity to give our view about whether it should be ratified at this stage before we know whether all the procedures are in place. I think that is a judgment for us. I think the judgment is that not now, not today, that the ratification should not take place until we have assurances from the government that what is written on the treaty is actually up there, ready to work and ready to receive whatever number of migrants are sent there. I hope the House will support both of the motions.
My Lords, it's a pleasure to follow the noble Baroness Lady Hayter. She spoke with calm authority, derived not least from being former chair of the committee whose report we're considering, and her words should be hearkened to strongly. I wanted to start what I say here. There's been a long debate, and I'm not going to repeat, I promise, what everyone else has said, by commending the government and the government of Rwanda for going through the process of discussing and reaching a treaty. The problem about that achievement is that it's only the beginning of a process, not the process itself. And indeed, the noble and learned Lord Goldsmith, in his excellent opening of this debate, explained that. He explained the role of the committee and the point of the committee. And if I can use a metaphor, if the treaty does not have safe foundations, then the skyscraper that is built upon it will become catastrophic. And we should not allow that catastrophe to occur if the foundations are not solid. The committee has found that the foundations are not solid. In reality, my lords, are there not 3 steps that have to be fulfilled? First, there has to be a treaty. The treaty is considered by Lord Goldsmith's committee, and if it passes the test of the committee, then it is legitimate for it to become it is legitimate for there to be the parliamentary bill, which goes through its normal steps in both houses. And then there is to be an effective law, if the bill is passed, which falls within the standards of our jurisdiction, of fairness, administrative sense, and of justiciability, without court proceedings being excluded under what are entirely artificial and uncomfortable and unfamiliar processes. So the 3 steps I've described are not, to coin a phrase, 3 steps to heaven. They're 3 steps to law, and each one can only be mounted when the other one has successfully been trod upon. My lords, it's noticeable, I would suggest to your lordships, that in this debate there have been 7 speeches from the crossbenches. As a former member of a political party, and I apologise to them for the umpteenth time for being here, but they don't mind really, I can tell your lordships that unlike the political parties, there is absolutely no homogeneity about the crossbenches. There's not that much homogeneity about some of the political parties. But in the crossbenches, you have heard today 7 speeches, all of which have come broadly to the same conclusion, from noble lords who have a wide range of experience and who bring that experience to bear in the debate. Some of that experience was spoken of by the noble lord, my noble friend, Lord Anderson,
who referred to one experience he had as independent reviewer of terrorism legislation. I had another which I think is instructive in 2007, when the then government asked me to prepare a report on counter-terrorism law in the United Kingdom. I did a great deal of research on black letter counter-terrorism law in other countries. And I went to one of those countries, a Commonwealth country, that had excellent and still has excellent black letter law, as requested to deliver a seminar to judges who tried terrorism cases. At the beginning of the seminar, I asked them, how many of you have tried terrorism cases? And they all put their hands up. I said, next question, how many of you have seen a conviction in a terrorism case? And none of them put their hands up. And it's a demonstration, my lords, of how we can think that we've achieved a solution through our black letter law. But within our system, in that country, it happened to be true, I'm afraid, that there was a degree of manipulation and corruption of the judiciary that meant that the right conclusions were never reached. At the moment, we have not proved to the requisite standard, and I would suggest it's beyond reasonable doubt, that Rwanda is a safe country for a law founded on this treaty. If I can just borrow a few words from the debate, the noble Lord Howell, who is a member of the committee and agreed with its conclusions, spoke of a dangerous and damaging part of a bigger picture. I agree with him. And if that picture still seems damaging and dangerous, we should not be allowing it to go to the House of Commons or to any other part of this Parliament without recording our disapproval. In an excellent speech by the noble Lord Purvis, he spoke of manipulation of the evidence of scrutiny of compliance in Rwanda. He's absolutely right. And with others, including my noble friend Lord Kerr, he spoke of cases in which people are given asylum in this country, in courts a few hundred yards from where we are today, because Rwanda is not a safe place for them to be sent. Exactly what the Supreme Court concluded, and which has not been refuted by anything that has happened since, despite the efforts that have gone into this treaty. And so, my lords, I suggest that before we could possibly reject the second motion before your lordships today, we need to hear from the minister, and I don't mind how long he takes, an answer to every one of the 10 points in paragraph 45 of the committee's report. It will not do to tell us that we're going to be written to after the event. The government should have put in its refutation before we met, and that refutation is not in the government's comments of the 10th of January, published though they are, because they predate the committee's report. And so, my lords, what I say finally is that I have been offended by criticism, some of it aimed at me and others who spoke out on the Rwanda subject, that we are unelected nobodies who are simply put here to obey the rule of the democratically elected House. My lords, that is not our role. One of our roles here is to protect democracy, sometimes to protect democracy from itself, to ensure that members of the other place, and indeed members of our own House, do not overstep the mark, that they do not put us in conflict with the hallowed principle of the separation of powers. And I say to your lordships, this is not a case of the courts taking on the government. This is a situation in which the government has chosen to take on the courts. And at the end of the day, what are they actually achieving? We know that only a couple of hundred people at the most would be sent to Rwanda, The government doesn't have an aircraft on which they could put them. They don't have a pilot who would be prepared to take people who were disturbing the flight on grounds of safety. The cost has now escalated. It goes up every time I hear someone speak. I think we reached £390 million during Lord Fox's speech today. This is not what we should be doing, and it is our job to say so as members of the House of Lords.
My Lords, it's a particular pleasure to follow the noble Lord Carlisle of Berriew, who I know will appreciate that, although I think on this topic he and I will disagree, I always listen to anything he says with real care, and often I learn from it. I'm very grateful to the noble and learned Lord Goldsmith and his illustrious committee for the report, which I have read and indeed reread. I'm also grateful to the powers that be for providing time for this debate, which the noble and learned Lord opened with his customary skill and persuasiveness. As judges who find themselves in a minority are wont to say, I have the misfortune to take a different view. And so, of course, while I will vote for the first motion, if there's a division on it, I will vote against the second motion. Let me clear one point out of the way first, although it is an important point. That is the procedure which lies behind this debate. Under the current legislation, as my noble friend Lord Sandhurst explained, this House cannot block the treaty. That is as it should be. It would be a significant rewriting of the role of this House for it to block a treaty or to do any such thing. Under the relevant Act, the other place can in fact delay a treaty. It can delay it again and again and again, but this House has no such power. I do accept that there is a real debate to be had as to the role which Parliament, and especially the other place, should have with regard to the review and ratification of treaties. All of this used to be done under the prerogative, but times have moved on. My friend, not in the parliamentary sense, but in the actual real-world sense, Alexander Horn, has co-authored a paper with Professor Hestermeyer on this topic, under the aegis of the Centre for Inclusive Trade Policy, and I'm grateful to them for advance sight of their paper. I don't agree with all of the paper's conclusions. Alex will, I hope, forgive me for saying that, but it's a valuable contribution to a very important debate. As my noble friend Lord Howell of Guildford said, our procedures in this context are not replicated in many other countries and may well require review and perhaps updating. But that is not the issue today. The issue today is not our procedures for ratifying and discussing treaties, it is the treaty itself. And as my noble friend Lord Sandhurst noted in his speech, the issue is the treaty and not the bill which we will be debating in second reading next week. Many noble lords don't like the bill. I know that. I look forward to some vigorous and perhaps lengthy debates on the bill. But next week's bill is not today's topic. We are looking at the treaty and not the bill. Although it is interesting that I've not so far, and I think I'm the last speaker from the backbenches, so to speak, I've not so far heard a speech today which says, I like the government's policy in this area, I support that policy, I will vote for the bill next week, but I just don't like this treaty or the way the government has gone about it. For some reason, those opposing the treaty also oppose the policy underlying it and will also no doubt oppose the bill next week. Now, there is nothing, I would suggest, objectionable about the treaty. There is nothing objectionable about what it does or what it says. It improves the protections as compared to the previous memorandum, not least by providing that persons can be removed from Rwanda to the UK and only to the UK, thus directly addressing the risk of refoulement, which lay at the heart of the Supreme Court's judgment. The thrust of the argument of those in support of the second motion is we can't be sure that the Rwandan government will actually do what it says it will do. That's not the view I take, but it's a position which, of course, I understand. In which case, I would respectfully say, put some measures into the bill to make sure that the Rwandan government lives up to its obligations, or, if you can't be satisfied by way of such amendments, vote against the bill. To pick up Lord Carlisle's metaphor, if you don't like the foundations, don't build the skyscraper. But let's have the argument about the skyscraper and not about the foundations. Now, before I sit down, let me respond to an important point which was made by the noble Lord Purvis of Tweed, which deserves a proper response. He made the point that my noble friend Lord Murray of Blidworth was wrong when he informed the House, when he spoke from the front bench, that the view of the United Nations High Commission for Refugees as to the interpretation of the Refugee Convention was not binding. That was the point the noble Lord made this afternoon. He's made it before as well. His contention was that it is binding, and he said also the Supreme Court has said that it's binding. And he quoted from the decision of the Supreme Court. Now let me reply to it. The statement he referred to in the decision of the Supreme Court was that the UNHCR is entrusted with, and I quote, the supervision of the interpretation and application of the Refugee Convention. The Supreme Court did say that, but that shows, I would suggest, that the UNHCR is not mandated itself with the binding interpretation, with giving a binding interpretation of the Convention. It doesn't have that right. Its role is to supervise the interpretation of the Convention by the signatory states. And indeed, the Supreme Court goes on to make that point in the rest of the paragraph from which he quoted. It's paragraph 64 of the judgment. Can I just make this point, then I'll give way. The Supreme Court goes on to say, citing its own decision in the case of Al-Siri in 2013, that the UNHCR's guidance, and note that word, guidance, as to the interpretation of the Convention, quotes, should be accorded considerable weight. And so it should. But when judges say that something should be accorded considerable weight, they are necessarily saying that it's not binding. The UNHCR does not hold the pen on the interpretation of the Convention. That was the point which Lord Murray of Blidworth made, and indeed it's a point which I've made on previous occasions. I'm very happy to give way to the noble Lord.
I'm grateful, because I know this has been unusual in this debate for interventions, but I'm grateful since the noble Lord has mentioned it. I quoted Lord Murray word for word for Hansard when he said that the UNHCR was a UN body, semicolon, it is not the body to interpret the Convention. The Supreme Court disagreed, and disagreed very clearly. I didn't insert the word binding. Hansard will show that. I quoted like for like, and I think that the Supreme Court's position was perfectly clear that Lord Murray was wrong.
Well, the Supreme Court went out of its way to say, I'm afraid, and I know this is a legalistic point, but that's the thing about the Supreme Court. They tend to make them. The legalistic point is this. The Supreme Court was saying that the UNHCR is not interpreting the Convention. It is supervising the interpretation of the Convention by the signatory states. Now, that may seem a subtle distinction. It's a critical distinction because it remains the right of the states themselves to interpret the Convention. At least we managed to have one intervention in the course of this debate this afternoon. I think what that exchange has showed is that we can all look forward to some interesting and vigorous debates next week and thereafter. But that is not today's business. I would invite the House not to take a sideswipe at the policy or in advance at the bill by way of the second motion on the order paper. Of course we should support the first motion, but I would urge the House to vote against the second motion.
My Lord, I am grateful for the indulgence of the House for allowing me a few minutes in the gap to speak before the leaders of the parties speak themselves. I was very lucky and grateful to be a member of the International Agreements Committee, and I was very pleased to be so under the chairmanship of the noble and learned Lord Goldsmith. I just wanted to make a couple of very quick points. I mean, I think it's important to understand that Rwanda is a country with a tragic past, but it is trying its best to overcome that. It has made significant progress in that respect. It is a member of the Commonwealth, it is committed to free and fair elections, and it is committed to the rule of law. However, it is a very poor country, and it lacks the capacity to fulfill those expectations which are made upon it, those demands which are made upon it by this treaty. It simply cannot do so in the immediate, or indeed probably in the midterm time. It just does not have the capacity or the money. It has the will, it has the willingness to do it, and with the support of this country and perhaps others, it may perhaps sooner or later get it done. But right now, it just simply does not have that capacity. And we have to think about that, because we too do not have the capacity to properly deal with our immigration either. There are significant shortages of judges, and the courts are feeling that all the time. And the waiting lists for dealing with these cases is growing by the day. The appeals process is well over 2,000 people waiting to have their appeals heard. We lack the capacity. And for us to be thinking that we can impose this kind of behaviour on a developing country like Rwanda is asking a great deal. I won't detain you any longer. I'm only allowed 2 minutes, and so I will sit down and give way to another member of my committee.
My Lords, it's a great pleasure to speak in this debate where we've heard so many excellent, informed and expert views on this issue. As a member of the committee, as Baroness Kingsmill pointed out, I'll try to focus back on to this report and the two motions facing your Lordships. But, my Lords, as the noble and learned Lord Goldsmith and his predecessor as chair, the noble Baroness Hayter, set out, if we needed a demonstration of the shortcomings of the CRAG process, then this indeed, albeit the first time it's ever reached your Lordship's House, demonstrates those shortcomings. And as a member of the committee, I realised how little time CRAG gave us to scrutinise something as important as this treaty. But nevertheless, my Lords, thanks to our colleagues, to the committee and the tireless work of the clerks, advisers and the administrative team, we did produce this report, a report that, along with all the other members of the committee, I wholeheartedly support. My Lords, there is one element that came up, and I think it was the noble Lord Sandhurst, and I may have inferred something that he didn't mean, but there seemed to be an inference that because we did not comment on something, we agreed with it. A sense of silence is assent. So I would like to undertake that as a committee, we adopted a very specific focus. We did not seek to determine the morality of the Rwanda deportation concept. We did not analyse the applicability and cost-effectiveness of the scheme. We did not examine whether the central deterrence theory has any validity. And we did not probe how, in conjunction with the bill, and I look at the noble Lord Wolfson when I say that, in conjunction with the bill, it affects the Constitution and our international reputation. My Lords, as you will have gleaned from the excellent speeches from my noble friends, we on these benches believe that the Rwandan scheme is a politically partisan, immoral proposal that is neither cost-effective nor achievable. We think the deterrence theory is unproven and, in any case, too high a price for breaking the Constitution and dragging our international reputation through the mud. But no, this report did not look in those directions. The committee took a simple approach in examining the journey from the Memorandum of Understanding to the treaty via the Supreme Court judgment. It tested the claims made by the government for the treaty. And as the only parliamentary committee doing this scrutiny, I'm delighted that the noble and learned Lord Goldsmith has laid this Section 20 motion. This is our only power under CRAG, and I'm pleased that we're seeking to apply it. So, my lords, in mid-November, the Supreme Court found the Rwanda policy, as expressed through the MOU, was unlawful. As we've heard, the basis for this ruling was that Rwanda is not a safe country in this context. The Supreme Court was clear, so clear in fact that it revealed a range of institutional, legal and procedural measures that were needed to be in place to render the country safe enough for the Rwanda policy to be lawful. As the Secretary of State James Cleverly says in the policy statement document, the government produced a policy that, quote, carefully considers and responds to the Supreme Court's judgment, adding that, quote, the policy statement should be read alongside the treaty. During his evidence in the committee, the Home Secretary repeatedly took the line that because the words in the treaty meet the requirements of the Supreme Court, Rwanda will be a safe location to achieve the government's ends. As he said, quote, once the treaty has gone through the legitimate democratic process in Westminster and Kigali, we can legitimately say that there, that's the courts, concerns have been addressed. As an aside, I would note, as others have, that if his confidence really was that strong, why is the bill necessary? If, as he suggests, the Supreme Court's demands have been satisfied by the treaty, why turn the Constitution on its head to keep judges away from making a ruling? But that's a debate for another day. So, my lords, the committee's report does not question the integrity or the willingness of the Rwandans to deliver on this treaty. What it does do, however, is review in detail what actually needs to be done in Rwanda, on the ground, not just on paper, but actually existing and operating. My lords, we can see from the evidence presented to the committee that there is much that needs to be achieved to meet the terms of the treaty. Much to be achieved, therefore, to meet the Supreme Court's criteria for legally safe process. Whilst giving evidence to the committee, Secretary of State Cleverly was unable to put a time frame on the achievement of these activities. He did not furnish a copy of the law that must be passed in Kigali. He was, my lords, generally very light on detail. But he asserted that it could all happen quite quickly. In section 45 of this report, the committee has set out 10 paramount legal practical steps that have to be implemented in order to properly meet the terms of this treaty. As your lordships will have seen, this involves passing laws, setting up new processes, and appointing and recruiting a wide range of people, as well as training them. None of this, my lords, is trivial or indeed routine. Given the importance to the legality of the scheme of these 10 measures, James Cleverly was asked to confirm that the government will not ratify this treaty until it is satisfied that the agreement has been fully implemented. Having heard what he had said moments before, his answer was, my lords, quite curious and a little bit surprising. And my lords, I make no apology for repeating the Secretary of State's quote, because I do think it perhaps demonstrates a little lucidity for a moment. James Cleverly said, quote, we have a process that we are running through. They, that's the Rwandans, have a process that they are running through. The point is that we will not operationalise this scheme until we are confident that the measures underpinning the treaty have been put in place. Otherwise, the treaty is not credible. I repeat for emphasis, we will not operationalise this scheme until we are confident that the measures underpinning the treaty have been put in place. Quite clearly, he has some doubts. But never mind, I would suggest there is very little difference in waiting for the conditions to be operationalised and meeting the conditions of this motion. Both require evidence that the treaty's requirements are in place and operational on the ground. The difference, my lords, is that this motion expects Parliament to be involved in that process. And we, as Lords, should always protect Parliament's role in making decisions such as this. In the Secretaries of State's confidence is demonstrated, then in fact it won't take very long. He said it might not take very long. Well, if that's the case, we don't have to wait long for this process to be operationalised. I have to say, my lords, that as many of your lordships have set out, there is a strong belief that the Home Secretary may possibly have understated the scale of the challenge and rather underestimated the time it might take for all these things to happen. None of the evidence we received suggested that the 10 criteria set out in the report can be realised with any degree of speed. Leaving aside, my lords, the moral, financial and constitutional issues surrounding this treaty and its accompanying bill, and focusing on the necessarily narrow grounds adopted by our committee, there is more than enough reason to delay the ratification of the treaty until the conditions for its lawful operation are actually in place. We support the noble and learned Law's motions, and we will take that support through the lobby if he chooses, as I hope he does, to move this motion.
My lords, here we go again on Rwanda, a treaty today and the bill next week, both inextricably intertwined with each other, as the treaty is how Rwanda is designated safe. And can I start by thanking my noble friend Lord Goldsmith and his committee for a truly outstanding report which has enabled us to have the discussion and debate that we've had today. And should my noble friend press both of his motions to the vote, we will be supporting him in the lobbies. And my lords, can I say as well, just picking up Lord Carlisle's point, which I think is an important point, I think my noble friend Baroness Chakrabarti made it as well. What we've seen today is not a House of Lords seeking to block, to act in an anti-democratic way, to actually do anything other than to do its job, which is to say to the government where we believe that you should think again, where we believe that you may actually reflect on what you are doing. And that, as a revising chamber, as an advisory chamber, is absolutely what we should be doing. And nobody, at least the Prime Minister, should hold press conferences lecturing us about what our role is when all we seek to do is to improve it and to act in our proper constitutional role. And the Prime Minister should remember that and be reminded of it. And what gives the strength to Lord Goldsmith's report? Lord Goldsmith, in his usual understated way, started by saying, I'm not standing here as a Labour Lord. And he's quite right to make that point. He's chair of an important committee of your Lordship's House. And the importance of what Lord Goldsmith was saying was this. He was saying that he was standing there as the chair of the committee, and that committee had all party support for the report that it had brought before them. Not a Conservative report, a Labour report, a crossbench report, a Liberal Democrat report, but a report of your Lordship's House which believed that it set out what it was important for the government to do. And I think that's where what gives it its strength, what gives it its power. The fact that a unity of purpose from all sides of this chamber has been brought together to say to the government, not to block the treaty, as one or two may have suggested, but to actually say to the government to delay the treaty, because at the heart of the motion that Lord Goldsmith has brought before us, at the heart of that motion is that the treaty, that the report seeks to say that it's necessary for us to ensure that the treaty meets the issues as highlighted by the Supreme Court. And of course we all agree with that and welcome that. And the treaty is that the treaty needs to be examined in that way. But as the report makes clear, how will we know that these conditions are being met? And that is the fundamental part of the debate that we have before us. Is Rwanda safe? Now, as the point that Lord Anderson made, that we can argue around it all that we want, but that is the fundamental question. Do we have a country which is safe, with which we are establishing this treaty. And the report says we can't be sure. We don't know. And why don't we know? Because the government hasn't provided the committee, or indeed this House, with the evidence to ensure that we can come to a judgment as to whether that is right or not. Lord Fox, in his excellent remarks, put before us question point 45, or section 45 of the report, which lists the 10 steps. Lord Carlisle again mentioned it, others mentioned it, Lord Kerr mentioned it, and others, where they said, so, and your Lordship should answer this. We're being asked to say Rwanda is safe, and this is what the treaty says we need to know. A new asylum law is needed in Rwanda. Has anybody seen it? Anybody any idea what this new asylum law is? And yet the treaty is dependent upon it. A system for ensuring that non-refoulement takes place. Can the Minister explain what that is? A process for submitting individual complaints to the monitoring committee. No idea. The committee has no idea. It's asking for it. The recruitment of a monitoring committee support team. Not done yet. The appointment of independent experts to advise the asylum first instance and appeals bodies. Has that been done? The appointment of international judges. Don't know how many for a start, let alone we haven't recruited them. We don't know how many we want or is needed. Training for international judges in Rwandan law and practice. All of these things, and you can go through each and every one of them, and the government has not provided the evidence or to support what it is saying needs to be done to either to the committee or to your Lordship's House. So how can we determine whether Rwanda is safe when the very things upon which that is dependent have not been provided to us? And that's what the committee is saying. Surely, if we want to do that, then we need to know whether those conditions have been met or not. And I think the Minister needs to answer this. I say this. The government has been assured that all is well. My question to the government, is assurance really enough when it comes to an international treaty? The Rwandan government says all is well, but as the committee says, and I quote, assurances in themselves are not proof of Rwanda's current ability to fulfil them. I couldn't agree more. And the government needs to answer why it thinks it is when the committee is saying to it as it is why it is not. And can the Minister explain, if everything is okay, as a number of noble lords have laid out, if everything is okay with respect to Rwanda, why 6 people have been given asylum from that country since this signing of the original MOU was made in the summer of 2022? We've given 6 people from Rwanda asylum in this country since the MOU was signed in the summer of 2022. Is that a safe country? When you've had to give asylum to, even though it's a small number of people, you've had to give asylum to a small number of people. And I know we sometimes are supposed to say international law and international treaties and our obligations under these don't matter. Well, I, for one, and I know many across this chamber will say that what the UNHCR has to say is important. What the UNHCR thinks about the Rwanda Treaty and the law that may follow it, but the Rwanda Treaty we're debating today, what the UNHCR thinks about it is a really important test of whether we have got this right. And what do they say? The UNHCR finds the new uk-Rwanda Treaty and indeed the Safety of Rwanda Bill are incompatible with international refugee law. I think that is a really troubling judgment that has been made by a significant body upon us. People say it doesn't matter. I think it really does matter. I think it really does. Lord Kerr, I think it was, and I apologise it wasn't, talked again about, and Lord Hannay, about our reputation, our global reputation. And we're all proud of that, but things like this do not help. My lords, across the world, we are standing up for the role of international bodies and the role of international law. Across the world, what are we doing in the Ukraine or the Middle East or other parts of the world if it is not international law and international treaties that we're standing up for? And yet one of the bodies that is the most significant body globally is actually questioning whether we've got that right. My Lords, I think my noble friend Baroness Hayter mentioned this, but of course the other thing is that many of the times it's said, well, this is just your Lordship's house. It was the, Lord Goldsmith's committee. And I think, as Baroness Hayter, and it's worth remembering this, as Baroness Hayter pointed out, it wasn't only a committee of this House that pointed out that there should be a proper debate about the treaty. It was the House of Commons' own Home Affairs Select Committee which said there should be a debate and discussion about this treaty. Again, an all-party group which said such is the significance, such is the importance, such is the relevance of this to our policy of our government that it should be discussed in Parliament. So, my Lords, not just here but in the other place as well, disquiet, upset and unease about the fact that it may be that the treaty is ratified without that significant debate and discussion that needs to take place. So I think my noble friend Lord Goldsmith has done a real service to your Lordship's House, enabling us to have this discussion, to enable this chamber to at least ask the government to think whether it's got this right and whether it really, really wants to ratify a treaty without the due consideration and the proper process that it deserves, to answer the very many real questions that have been put before it today. Not to block it, but simply to play, your Lordships to play their parts in asking the government to answer very serious questions about where is the evidence that it needs to provide in its declaration that Rwanda is a safe country. And I think with that, I hope that my noble friend Lord Goldsmith puts his second motion to the vote, because we shall certainly be supporting it and be proud to do so.
Yeah. My Lords, I'm very grateful for this debate and for all of the contributions that have been made. The Rwanda Partnership and the treaty underpinning it, providing its foundations, if you will, is critical to the government's plan to establish an effective deterrent to dangerous crossings and to stop the boats. It is a topic that has been closely scrutinised in the weeks since the Supreme Court judgment, and I have little doubt that will continue to be the case in the days and the weeks ahead. But that's not to say this debate has any less merit. On the contrary, it has been instructive and insightful to have the committee's report brought to life. I'll address the various issues that noble lords have raised today and respond, if I may, to some of the conclusions given in the committee's report and to the noble Lord Goldsmith's motion, though I recognise my time here is limited. But first, I think it's worth taking a moment to remind the House of what this policy is trying to achieve and its journey to this point. The UK has a track record of providing protection to those who are most in need of it through our safe and legal routes, with over 500,000 people coming to the UK in this way since 2015. We are rightly proud of that, but we also need to be clear that illegal migration diverts resources away from the effort to help the world's most desperate and vulnerable people through safe and legal routes. In short, the Rwanda Partnership was created to enhance the UK's efforts to tackle illegal migration, which is costly to the British taxpayer and imperils the lives of those making highly dangerous journeys. Our innovative approach goes hand in hand with our existing wider work across Europe and elsewhere, which has seen many thousands of crossings prevented and the number of arrivals fall by more than a third. The noble Lords Fox, Razzle and the noble Lady Baroness Lister asked about the deterrent effect, and the partnership is just one tool in our toolbox to tackle illegal migration. But we are making progress with our mission. As I've just said, the number of arrivals were down by a third. The first year numbers have dropped since this problem started, while crossings to other European countries are up by 80%. But we must go further. To fully solve this problem, we need a strong deterrent. As our work with the Albanian government shows, deterrence does work. And I thank the noble Lord Alton for acknowledging that. Only by removing the prospect that illegal migrants can settle in the UK can we control our borders and save lives at sea. By sending the clear message that if you try to come here illegally and have no right to stay here, you will be returned home or removed to a third safe country. This will break the business model of the trafficking and smuggling gangs by removing the ability to sell entry into the UK. And of course, the deterrent effect of the MEDP will be fully realised once it becomes operational. My Lords, We're also taking action to crack down on the criminal gangs, the mafia-like criminal gangs, as Lord Alton described them, which prey on those seeking to cross the Channel, and that work continues particularly in collaboration with the French. But it is also a comprehensive strategy. We have to build on the progress we've made, which is where the Rwanda partnership comes in. Noble Lords are well aware of the journey this policy has taken through the courts. We know the underlying principle of the policy, which is to relocate eligible individuals from the UK to a safe third country to have their asylum claims determined there, to be lawful and compliant with the Refugee Convention. The Supreme Court did not disturb the lower court's findings on that point. The IAC's inquiry focused on how the agreement we now have protects those relocated to Rwanda and whether it deals with the concerns raised by the Supreme Court. It's not right to say that we've made these changes notwithstanding the Supreme Court. We respect the court and the rule of law. It is because of the Supreme Court's judgment that we have made these changes. Having only considered evidence submitted up to the summer of 2022, the Supreme Court recognised changes that could be made to address its findings to improve the Rwandan asylum system and strengthen assurances. Significant and successful work has taken place with Rwanda since the time of that evidence to do just that. The treaty does not override the court's judgment. Rather, it responds to it. And these are not alternative facts, as alleged by the Noble Lord, Lord Purvis. It is perfectly constitutionally appropriate for Parliament to consider the protections we have secured and conclude that Rwanda will be safe for the purposes of asylum. My Lords, through the treaty and associated work highlighted in the policy statement, we have addressed every point of the Supreme Court judgment. To highlight just some of the provisions of the treaty, there is a full package of support available for all of those relocated, regardless of their eventual status. Everyone relocated will be accommodated and supported for 5 years, as long as they remain, so that they can study, undertake training and work. They will also have access to free healthcare for this time. Steps are being taken to further strengthen Rwanda's asylum system, and a new appeals body is being introduced. New legislation is being developed in Rwanda to reflect the necessary changes and to strengthen the asylum system to fulfill their obligations and ensure all those relocated are protected. The appeal body will be co-chaired by one Rwandan and one other Commonwealth judge, who will select a panel of judges from a mix of nationalities to hear these appeals against refusals of asylum or humanitarian protection claims. For at least the first 12 months, the appeal body shall receive and take into account advice from an independent asylum and humanitarian protection law experts before determining the appeal, and this expert opinion will be published. The establishing of the new appeals process ensures the final determination of an asylum claim will be objective and independent, and this level of transparency makes clear our and Rwanda's commitment to getting this right. Crucially, there is absolutely no risk of refoulement for anyone relocated, regardless of status or circumstance. Because the treaty is clear that under no circumstances will refoulement take place. The Enhanced Independent Monitoring Committee will have unfettered access to the entire system to rigorously assess both countries' adherence to these obligations under the treaty. I was asked a number of questions about the monitoring committee, which I would like to address. But before perhaps I go back to those, I would also like to just point out that on the appeals body, which I was talking about, I didn't actually talk a bit about the tracking mechanism, and I will come back to that, because nobody will be relocated without the necessary mechanisms for their protection being in place. My Lords, I've temporarily lost my place. The protections in place in terms of the Independent Monitoring Committee. We've addressed explicitly the risk of refoulement through the treaty, which contains an undertaking from the government of Rwanda that they will not remove anybody who is transferred from the UK to Rwanda. The treaty also enhances the role of the Independent Monitoring Committee, as I've just said. Article 15 makes specific provision that enhanced Enhanced monitoring will take place for a minimum of 3 months from the date the individual is notified they are being relocated. The monitoring committee will ensure obligations under the treaty are adhered to in practice and will be able to take steps to prevent errors at an early stage through real-time monitoring. The monitoring committee will provide real-time comprehensive monitoring with an initial period of enhanced monitoring of the end-to-end relocation and claims process to ensure compliance with treaty obligations. The Monitoring Committee will have the power to set its own priority areas for monitoring. It will have unfettered access for the purposes of completing assessment reports. It can monitor the entire relocation process from the beginning, including initial screening to relocation and settlement in Rwanda. It will be responsible for developing a system to enable relocated individuals and legal representatives to lodge confidential complaints directly to the committee. And it will undertake real-time monitoring of the partnership for at least the first 3 months, but this can be extended. And then the Monitoring Committee will report on its findings to the Joint Committee, and following notification to the Joint Committee, it may publish reports as it sees fit. My Lords, these are very significant protections, and they've been agreed in an internationally legally binding treaty, which the UK and Rwanda will abide by. To question its effect...
I'm grateful to the noble Lord for giving way, and he's been very helpful, as he usually is. He's been going through the items in paragraph 45, the 10 items there, but he has not given a timeline for any of them. Will he give us a timeline for when those 10 items will be completed, and an undertaking that nobody will be taken to Rwanda until they have all been completed and implemented?
The Lord will indulge me. I have a long way to go, and I hope to get to all of his questions. To question its effect is to question both parties' commitment to the rule of law. And I'm grateful to my noble friends, Lord Howe, Lord Sandhurst and Lord Wolfson, who made some very good points on this. And I'm sorry, but not particularly surprised to hear the noble Lady Baroness Bennett cast aspersions in the direction of Rwanda. Again, I thank the IAC for its report, which we will respond to in writing as a priority. But I must be clear that the government intends to see the conventional Constitutional Reform and Governance Act process through to the end as normal. The government recognises the intent behind the motion, but we believe it is unnecessary and misguided. The motion in question is completely unprecedented, as the noble Lord Goldsmith noted, and with all due and sincere respect to the noble Lord, a mischaracterisation of the process. It is unnecessary, as it is completely usual for Parliament to complete its scrutiny of a treaty and for the CRAG process to end before a treaty has been implemented. Just one such example of this is the free trade agreements that the UK signed with Australia and New Zealand in 2021 and 2022. Both treaties were laid before Parliament for scrutiny, and in both cases legislative changes were required to implement the obligations within the agreements. Those changes were introduced in parallel. The scrutiny debates happened and the CRAG process ended long before those treaties were implemented. The implementing primary and secondary legislation measures were put in place and the treaties were brought into force in early 2023. It's for any government to decide ahead of ratification of any treaty if the implementation required for the UK to be legally compliant with its treaty obligations has been duly put in place. And I do not believe the two debates should be confused, such as they have. We would urge noble lords to support the government in its plans for the treaty to be implemented and ratified by both countries in due course. We've been clear throughout the development of this partnership that Rwanda and the UK must place the utmost importance on the safety of all those relocated. And the mechanisms in place will ensure that both parties adhere to the obligations under the internationally legally binding treaty. My lords, it's vital that we stop the boats as soon as possible. The British people clearly do not want to see any further delay. So it would, of course, be remiss of me not to mention at this point the Safety of Rwanda Bill, which will reach this House next week, and it ties in closely with what I've just said. This bill sits above existing statutory provisions to enable Parliament to conclude Rwanda is a safe country. The supporting evidence pack, which was released on the 11th of January, and supporting policy statement, first given on the 12th of December, goes into great detail concerning the information that gives us the confidence to say Rwanda is safe. I look forward to noble lord's support for the bill in second reading next week. It is true that Parliament is being invited to conclude that Rwanda is safe based on this treaty and other matters, but that is not what is being debated today. We are debating whether there is anything in this treaty that means it should not be ratified, as my noble friend Lord Wolfson noted. The IAC has made some points about the treaty, but fundamentally it has not identified anything objectionable in the treaty itself. The debate on whether Parliament considers Rwanda is safe is a debate that should and will happen in depth in the coming weeks as part of scrutiny of the bill. The IAC's report concludes that the treaty might in time provide the basis for such an assessment, that is, that Rwanda is safe if it is rigorously implemented. And the government's position is that the treaty does provide that basis. So we would invite Noble Lords to reject the motion today and recognise that standard procedure should be followed. Once the treaty is ratified and the bill passed, we can begin to operationalise the partnership. My Lords, I will now get on to try and answer some of the more specific questions. To do with the deterrence and the deterrence of the partnership. It was never about Rwanda or any other partner country being a hellhole as described by Lord Razzle, which I find quite offensive. It is about organised criminal gangs not being able to sell the UK as a destination. Only by removing the prospect that illegal migrants can settle in the UK can we control our borders and save lives at sea. By sending the clear message that if you try to come here illegally and have no right to stay here, you will be returned home or removed to a safe third country, can we break the business model of the trafficking and smuggling gangs? The Noble Lord Hannay asked me about international comparisons as regards treaty scrutiny. The government believes that 21 joint sitting days, which in parliamentary terms is likely to be a minimum of 5 weeks and often somewhat longer, is sufficient for Parliament to scrutinise a treaty. It's difficult to make comparisons between governmental systems, even with other parliamentary democracies, as each have evolved over time in line with their constitutional arrangements, which of course differ from one state to another. Each system reflects the constitutional makeup and separation of powers in that country. When similar parliamentary democracies are compared to ours, it is clear our practice is in many respects similar to systems such as those of Canada, Australia and New Zealand. We consider that in many respects our system is in fact stronger than theirs, not least due to the existence in the UK of a statutory framework for treaty scrutiny. My Lords, the Noble Lord Kerr referred to the Supreme Court and Israel and the various comments that have been made about their agreement with Rwanda. But we do not agree that this sets a relevant precedent, nor implies Rwanda will not adhere to its obligations under our treaty. The terms of the arrangements between Israel and Rwanda are not available for scrutiny, are not transparent or monitored like ours. The scheme referenced was voluntary, open-ended, and did not openly commit to guaranteed acceptance or a custodial role on the part of Rwanda. So on the information known, it bears little resemblance to the UK-Rwanda treaty, and the lessons there are not directly applicable. My Lords, the Noble Baroness Lady Lister asked a number of questions about children. Article 3 states the agreement does not cover unaccompanied children, and the United Kingdom confirms that it shall not seek to relocate unaccompanied individuals who are deemed to be under the age of 18. The treaty does, however, provide for the relocation of children as part of a family. It should be noted that this does not constitute a policy change and is consistent with the principles of the extant Memorandum of Understanding. I would urge those with family links in the UK to seek to come here via the existing safe and legal routes. My Lords, as well, there was a question about...
Sorry to interrupt the Noble Lords, but I was specifically asking about age-disputed children, where there does seem to be, the protections seem to be less than they were under the original Memorandum of Understanding.
I was just getting to that. As regards children where the age assessments results are not conclusive, the Home Office will only treat an individual claiming to be a child as an adult without conducting further inquiries if two officers, one of at least Chief Immigration Officer grade or equivalent, have separately determined that the individual's physical appearance and demeanour very strongly suggest they are significantly over 18 years of age. The lawfulness of this process was recently fully endorsed by the Supreme Court in the case of BF Eritrea from 2021. If doubt remains about whether the claimant is an adult or a child, they are treated as a child for immigration purposes until a further assessment of their age by a local authority or the National Age Assessment Board. This will usually entail a careful, holistic age assessment known as a Merton-compliant age assessment, and only once this assessment is complete could the individual then be treated as an adult if found to be so. Under the Illegal Migration Act, those wishing to challenge a decision on age will be able to do so through judicial review, although these are non-suspensive and can continue from outside the UK after they have been removed. So the treaty provides for the return of anyone who is removed as an adult and later determined to be a child, and appropriate temporary care of such an individual. My Lords, a number of Noble Lords have referred to the UNHCR report. And the first thing to state is the government is not abdicating responsibilities, as the UNHCR have alluded to, and as suggested by the Noble Lord Alton and the Noble Baroness Lady Hayter. This is a partnership with Rwanda, helping to make the immigration system fairer and ensuring that people are safe and enjoy new opportunities to flourish. As this government has been clear, tackling the issue of illegal migration requires bold and innovative solutions, and our partnership with Rwanda does offer that. Rwanda is a safe country that cares deeply about refugees, and it currently hosts over 130,000 asylum seekers. Indeed, the UNHCR has signed an agreement with the government of Rwanda and the African Union to continue the operations of the Emergency Transit Mechanism Centre in Rwanda. By temporarily accommodating some of the most vulnerable refugee populations who have faced trauma, detentions and violence, Rwanda has showcased its willingness and ability to work collaboratively to provide solutions to refugee situations and crisis. And this agreement has also attracted EU funding, which will support the continued operation of the ETM until 2026. My Lords, the Home Office has granted refugee status to nationals from Rwanda, as noted by the Noble Lord Coker, Lord Kerr, Lord Hannay, Baroness Lister. How then can we say Rwanda is safe? But people from many different nationalities apply for asylum in the UK, and that includes nationals, or they include nationals, from some of our closest European neighbours and other safe countries around the world. Each case is considered on its individual merits by caseworkers who receive extensive training. All available evidence is carefully and sensitively considered in light of published country information. Asylum decision makers carefully consider everyone's protection needs regardless of nationality by assessing all the evidence provided by the claimant in light of the latest available country of origin information. Asylum claims made by persons from Rwanda will have an individual assessment made against the background of relevant case law, policy guidance and the latest available country of origin information. Paragraphs 339J and 339JA of the immigration rules require decision makers to take into account all relevant country of origin information in making their decision. My Lords, the Noble Lord Alton and the Noble Baroness Lady Lawler asked about the Home Secretary and the signing of the 19.1b Human Rights Statement. This does not mean that the legislation is incompatible with the ECHR. It means that the Home Secretary cannot say that it is more likely to be compatible than not. That is the consequence of this being an ambitious and novel bill, which is what is needed to fulfil our commitment to tackle the small boats. And there's nothing improper or unprecedented about pursuing ambitious and innovative ways of solving such endemic issues as migration. We believe that it is lawful. We are acting in compliance with our international obligations. My Lords, the Supreme Court's judgment was made on the basis of the facts in June 2022.
Mr. sits down. Could he explain to your lordships why, if the government believes this bill is lawful, the minister is unable to say that it is lawful?
My Lords, I just did, I think. All right, I'll go over it again. The Home Secretary, as I say, cannot say that it is more likely to be compatible than that. That is not the same as the question the Noble Baroness just asked me. This is the consequence of it being an ambitious and novel bill. There is nothing improper or unprecedented about pursuing ambitious and innovative ways of solving such issues. We believe that it is lawful and we are acting in compliance with our international obligations. My Lords, the Supreme Court's judgment was made on the basis of the facts in June 2022 when the case was brought. It made clear that while they had concerns about the arrangements in place in June 2022, changes to safeguard against risks, quote, may be delivered in the future. The UK's treaty with Rwanda responds comprehensively to the court's concerns. It provides a binding guarantee in international law against refoulement and provides guarantees about the treatment of relocated individuals in Rwanda. It reflects the work we in the Rwandan government have completed in the 18 months since June 2022, and once ratified, it ensures no one will be sent into a position where they would face a real risk of harm. As the Noble Lord Goldsmith himself noted, it is unprecedented for the House of Lords to place conditions on an international treaty in this way. Never in the history of the Constitutional Reform and Governance Act of 2010 have either House forced a vote to try to delay the ratification of a treaty until its provisions have been implemented.
I'm sorry to be naggy, but the Minister, I think, got close to promising me an answer to my simple question about when, in relation to paragraph 5. Could we have that answer before he sits down?
This is the Noble Lord Carlisle, is when we have the treaty, the bill, and the Rwandans have passed their laws. That is when. My Lords, as I was saying, this begs the question, is Labour using the House of Lords to try to frustrate our plan to stop the boats? Last week, the Prime Minister urged the opposition in the House of Lords to get on board and do the right thing to stop the boats. You have a choice tonight: push this amendment to try to obstruct an effective deterrent, or back down and let this treaty pass like every time this procedure has been used before. I offer thanks again to all who participated. We must stop the boats. We must put an end to this mass trafficking of people and save lives. That is the humane thing to do, and it is the fair thing to do, and that is what we remain absolutely committed to delivering, this partnership without delay.
Well, my Lords, that last piece from the Minister I very much resent. I presented this on the basis it was not Labour Party, it was the views of the committee as a whole. I've tried to be completely unpolitical in what I've said, and I think it's a great shame that the Minister should choose to make that particular observation towards the end of his speech.
Last refuge.
I do want to thank all noble lords who participate in this debate. So many very, very good, powerful, insightful thoughts from your lordships. And there is not time, I'm looking at the time now, to comment on all of them. There are two questions I want to touch on. One is the powers of this House, and the second is the question before this House. As the powers of this House, there was some suggestion, I'm afraid I have to say, to some extent it seemed to come out from the speeches of the noble lords, Lord Sandhurst and Lord Wolfson, whom they both know I very much admire and respect them, but they seemed to be suggesting there was something improper in asking this House to do what I'm asking it to do tonight. The power not to delay the treaty, not to block the treaty, because we can't do that. That's very clear. What we can do is pass a resolution, if we so agree, the resolution that it should not be ratified at the moment. That's all I've asked. And I will ask for a vote on that later. That's not the moment for that. But it's not right to say that that's improper. The statute itself provides in section 20 that we can pass that resolution. So I think it's really not satisfactory at all for anyone to be suggesting doing that is an inappropriate use. We've got one power. That's all we're asking you to do. My Lords, on the question, I do want to come back to this because it's important, and I dealt with it in my opening remarks. One finds out the question that we were dealing with by looking at the forward of the Home Secretary to the policy paper he put forward. And I just repeat, this work will enable Parliament, that the work is the treaty and the associated things, to conclude that the Supreme Court judgment has been addressed and that Rwanda is safe for relocations under the Migration and Economic Development Partnership. I say to my noble friend, the noble Lord, Lord Howell of Guildford, whom, again, I know he knows I very much respect him, and I very much appreciate the work he's done on the committee. That's what safety means. It's safety for relocations under that partnership, and that's what it means, and that's what we were looking at. And that's where we were unable to reach a conclusion. But the noble Lord, Lord Fox, my noble friend, Lord Coker, were right. The question is whether or not whether there's a willingness to do this, not whether the policy is right, but whether or not the procedures, the instruments are in place at the moment to achieve that result. And I just want to make one slight amendment to that, and that is that the procedures to make this possible, these are the paragraph 45, the 10 points, these are not things we thought up. This is what the government says is going to happen. All we're saying is those things ought to be in place before the final statement is made by Parliament that this is safe. Because once it's done, and once the government ratifies, that's the end. And that is why it's important in my submission to follow what the committee decided unanimously, that the treaty should not be ratified until those things are in place. Just let me give one example. Emphasis was rightly placed on the principle of non-refoulement, and the noble Lord the Minister referred to that. But he will recall, and the House will recall, that one of the ways that is supposed to be protected, and it's set out in the treaty, is an agreement is to be reached between Rwanda and this country as to what the procedures are to effect that. It's not in place. As I said in my opening speech, we don't know when it will be in place, though we asked about it. And so that's why I will say I'm going to ask for the motion now to be put, and then we'll come back to the vote if that's what we do on the second motion. So I beg to move.
My Lords, the question is that Lord Goldsmith's first motion be agreed to. As many as are of that opinion will say content. Content. To the contrary, not content. The contents have it. Resolution on the UK-Rwanda agreement on an asylum partnership. Lord Goldsmith.
My Lords, I don't say anything more. I've said everything I want to say about that, but I do wish to test the opinion of the House.
The question is that this motion be agreed to. As many as of that opinion will say content. Content. To the contrary, not content. Not content. The question will be decided by a division. I will advise the House when voting is open.
Very good, Peter.
Voting is now open. Clear the bar. My Lords, there have voted contents 214, not contents 171, so the contents have it. My Lords, we'll just have a moment for noble lords to regroup before we get to the last business. I think we are going to move to last business now, which is repeat of the answer to an urgent question asked in the House of Commons today on funded childcare for 2-year-olds in working families. Baroness Barron.
My Lords, this government is rolling out the single largest expansion in childcare in England's history. By September 2025, we will be providing working parents with 30 hours of free childcare a week from when their child is 9 months old all the way until their child starts school. By 2027-28, this government expects to be spending in excess of £8 billion every year on free hours and early education, double the amount we are currently spending. We are introducing this in phases. From April, eligible working parents can access the first 15 hours of free childcare each week for their 2-year-olds. Then in September, they'll be able to access the first 15 hours each week for their 9-month-old. A year later, in September 2025, they will be able to access the full 30 hours for all eligible children aged 9 months and upwards. We want parents to be able to access the new offers as soon as they can. Delivering that ambition has included us increasing childcare funding rates with an additional £204 million in this financial year and an additional £400 million in the coming financial year. We're providing grants to help new childminders enter the sector and making changes to the early years foundation stage that the sector has asked us to make it easier for them. We hear every day from families how significant this policy will be for their finances. Once the rollout is completed, the eligible families will save up to £6,500 a year. It will help parents return to work or increase their hours, and tens of thousands of parents have already successfully applied for their codes ready to take up their places in April. Parents should visit childcarechoices.gov.uk to see the full range of support that they're entitled to. Regarding tax-free childcare, we will be issuing letters with temporary codes to any parents whose tax-free childcare reconfirmation date falls on or after the 15th of February and before the 1st of April. This will ensure that any eligible parent who needs a code to confirm their funded childcare place with their provider will have one, and that no parent should worry that they will lose out. And, Mr. Speaker, I welcome this opportunity to correct some of what have been misleading stories about the childcare rollout, and also to hear from the Honourable Lady about whether she supports our childcare policies, and if not, what her childcare policies would be, as I'm sure members on her benches would like to know as much as we would.
My Lords, the Prime Minister admitting that there were some practical issues with the government's flagship childcare expansion might qualify for the understatement of the year so far. Can the Noble Lady say how the government intends to address the fact that there are currently 2 children for every place, 40,000 too few nursery workers to deliver the scheme, and despite her confidence, as Pregnant Then Screwed reported last week, just 1 in 10 eligible parents able to access a code to sign up for the 15 funded hours for 2-year-olds come April?
Well, I think the Noble Lady is aware of a number of the measures that we have announced. She raises the issue of too few providers, but she will be aware that actually the number of places rose by 1% last year, and also that staff numbers rose by 4% last year to 347,300. And we are launching a new recruitment campaign to boost interest in early years careers, and we've already made some changes which will boost capacity, including changing the ratio, staff to child ratio from 1.1 to 4 to 1 to 5, which we introduced in September, and changing the requirements on nursery practitioners at level 3 who no longer need to have a maths qualification to fulfil the role.
According to Ofsted, the number of early year places fell by almost 18,000 in the 12 months to August 2023. The DFE's own figures show there are now over 11,000 fewer childminders operating than 5 years ago. Meanwhile, the BBC estimates the demand for places is likely to rise by over 100,000 additional children before the full 30-hour expansion is in place in September 2025. How will the Minister ensure there are enough providers and enough spaces for this funding expansion to have any positive effect?
I think I've addressed some of the Noble Lord's points in my earlier answer. He's right, of course, that the number of childminders has declined, but indeed by a 10% fall last year. But he is also aware that childminders typically have much smaller numbers of children, hence my remarks about the additional number of places which rose last year. The other additional actions that the government is taking is to increase the hourly rates paid to local authorities, which are increasing significantly, including to £11.22 on average for children under 2, but also with increases for other age groups.
My Lords,
I very much welcome this generous entitlement of free childcare, but is my noble friend aware of reports of children with special education needs being turned away by early year providers? Those children need the support more than any other children. So what steps can my noble friend take to ensure that those children do get the support that they need?
I thank my noble friend for his question, and I too have had those reports, although our understanding in the department is that the vast majority of providers behave extremely responsibly and provide places for children with special educational needs and disabilities. But if my noble friend or anyone in the House has examples where this is not the case, we'd be very grateful to hear of those. We're also increasing the rate of funding for the Disability Access Fund, and the Early Years National Funding Formula also contains an element which addresses the additional costs of working with children with special educational needs.
My Lords, in June of last year, the noble lady told the House, and I quote, "We'll make sure that parents are able to access the high-quality, affordable childcare that they need." Okay, that's what they told the House. But can you now just tell the House, when are the government going to start listening to the sector? Because the sector is raising concerns, not the least the fact that providers of this childcare are not getting their rates confirmed. The risk is they won't get that confirmed until the 31st of March. And they're supposed to deliver the service on the 1st of April. I think that I think is a bit of a challenge, and I'd like to know how we're going to address that.
Well, the noble Lord raises an important point, and he will be aware that we have already, back at the end of November 2023, published the local authority level hourly funding rates, and of course it is then up to local authorities to pass that information and to decide the funding rates for their local providers. We're aware that there are some local authorities who haven't yet done that, and we're working closely with them and stressing to them exactly the points that the noble Lord has made.
My Lords, we've been talking in general terms and overall figures, but the BBC is reporting the words of Sarah McCormack of the Little Owls Childcare Centre that manages 3 centres in Staffordshire, and says simply that we are full. We haven't got the space for more children. We haven't got enough staff to offer those places. And that seems to reflect what the Chief Executive of the Early Years Alliance told The Independent, that very many parents are turning up and being turned away and told there's a 12 to 18-month wait at least. That seems to be what the reports all say. Can the noble lady comment on those? And just one very specific point. We're talking about something that's supposed to start in April, and the government's, one of the ways they say they're going to get the staff is there's going to be a new accelerated apprenticeship route introduced for staff. Given this is starting in April, when's the apprenticeship route likely to begin?
I hear the noble lady's concerns about space and staff, although I would point out that the growth in demand for places, we believe, will be at its greatest towards the introduction in September 2025. So actually there is quite a lot of time for us to be working with the sector and building capacity. I absolutely can reassure the noble lady that colleagues in the department and my honourable friend, the Minister for Children and Families, work very closely with the sector and listen carefully to their demands.
Does the Minister accept the comments made by the Chief Executive of the Early Year Alliance that represents 14,000 nurseries, childminders and preschool provision, that it would be financial suicide for providers to offer places without knowing the funding level they will receive? He said, you cannot run a nursery if you know what your costs are, but you have no idea what your revenue is likely to be.
Well, I think I addressed this in the Noble Lord Kennedy's question. We have given, in November of last year, every local authority their funding rates, and it is for them then to communicate with local providers what the specific rates and the range of rates will be in their area.
Just to pursue that point a bit further, I mean, the Noble Lady said she's given the rates to the local authorities, but of course some local authorities haven't and then moved on that. So what are we doing then to ensure that the local authorities very quickly get the rates out so that the organisers know what the rates are charged and parents can have some certainty? Because it's the 22nd of January now, we're talking about the 1st of April. It's, you know, I think we need there's a bit of urgency here, I think.
I couldn't agree more. But I would stress again, the vast majority of local authorities have informed their providers, and we are working closely with the remaining ones to urge them to do so as quickly as possible.
My Lords, doesn't this exchange underline the need to increase the capacity in the early years market? So what steps is my noble friend taking to launch a recruitment campaign to encourage people to enter this sector?
So we will be shortly launching a new national campaign which will be broadcast across a number of different channels to try and boost interest in the early years sector. And having been in a nursery in a school this morning, it certainly looked to me like the most attractive job.
My Lords, I beg to move that the House do now adjourn.
That the House do now adjourn.
of Law. House of Law.